Wow, I still didn't even pull out the thing. I do have these though. And I'm alive! Hello and welcome to the Hierophant. Oh, my back is itchy. I just got up-ish. I just got out of bed. And I've been going to bed late and waking up early. And then I try to go back to sleep, and then I go back to sleep, and then I go back to sleep. And so I had like 4 to 5 dreams. And no. No. I'm like as I'm talking about, I'm like, wait, did this other person? Oh, hold up. I forgot about that. I can't even fully remember what that was about. Because as I was talking about, one of the people that popped up in like 3 out of 4 of the dreams, then like another name popped into my head. I'm like, wait, but I didn't dream about that person, did I? And then I'm like, whoa, wait. Something was happening in one of those dreams that I forgot about. Oh, okay, yeah. That was weird. There was a dream about like ghosts or spirits or something. And there was this one who was like coming to me. Oh no, that was somebody else. Okay. He was there. I was like, kinda. That was weird. I was like, what are you doing here? But I mean, I guess Venus is about to go retrograde, so anybody can pop up. um, oh, and it's the blue ones. I want to roll these just to see whatever. And then I'm going to use the Pride Tarot, throw out layers, and I kind of want to use the SKT now. I'm going to use the SKT. I want to use the Pride Tarot. And that's why I'm like, I haven't used it today. But then I think I'll actually use the SKT because that makes a little bit more sense. And I'm going to, if you've seen me do like one of the check-ins, I guess I didn't too much do them live when it was facing the table. So I'm going to lay all the cards out. I'm going to do it like line by line or layer by layer instead of laying all of them out. And then just do a little Zodiac check-in, right? So for Aries, I'm going to look around the Emperor. For Taurus, I'm going to look around the Holy See. For Cancer, I'm going to look around the Chariot. Gemini would be the Lovers. Leo would be the Force. And so on and so forth, just to see what's kind of sort of there. And I still have, I'm going to do the Northeast, Southwest thing that I made because I like that. So it's like the wind at your back, the challenge on the horizon, the ground beneath your feet, and like the star that you're reaching for. I think I'm going to do the star that you're reaching for instead of the sky above. Yep. And I'm going to put this on here real quick. The star that you are reaching for. Boom. Intentions encoded. And then I'm going to go back on the timestamps. Just select all of these so I can go ahead. And I'm going to do this. I don't know why I don't do this before I go live. But so in the dream, it was like a ghost or a spirit. And of course, I'm spooked because she was looking like fresh, I guess is what I'll say. And it kind of looked like she had drowned or something. And I'm like, what are you doing here? Like, I didn't like ask for this. Hello, excuse me, what's going on? And she was like running from somebody. And I'm like, you a ghost. Like, who you running from? But I guess somebody was like collecting spirits or something. I don't know. And so then I got to protect some kind of ghost or something. And then she eventually reached a space where she was like able to do whatever she needed to do. And she was all like happy and looking a lot less drowned. And that was interesting. It was an interesting few little dreams I had. Feel like something may be a coming. There's a something on the horizon. Because these dreams, I'm like, I ain't seen you this much in my dreams in a hot second. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and roll these. And I'm going to timestamp the dice as well. Maybe this will be just like an overall. And I need to pull up my cheat sheet. Where my iPad at? Give me one moment. I've been having a lot of interesting dreams lately. And it's so interesting to me that every time, sometimes I have like dream memory. So it's like I'll remember dreams inside of dreams. Kinda, but it's like sometimes it's kind of sort of like the same storyline. So it makes sense. But there's one person that I keep seeing, and every time I see that person, they're taller than me. And every time I'm like, why are you taller than me? Like, I thought we were the same. Like, we're supposed to be the same height. And then somebody else popped up last night that I've never seen in a dream. And they were like, oh, yeah, they're about like this or about that. I was like, no, because that's a good like 5 to like 7 inches taller than me. That is not, no. And then the person's like, yeah, like everybody else is like, yeah, they're that tall. So I'm like, am I shrinking in my dreams then? Maybe I got shorter. But then I was just thinking about it. I was like, I don't know why that keeps happening. But now I'm like, oh, well, I wonder if the difference, well, first I attributed the difference in height to one thing. But now I'm sort of like wondering if it's something else. And it's just a bunch of little like, I'm actually going to read these like this. I didn't even roll them, but I set them down. So number 1, that's Aries. What is this? Number 8 is the double crown. Did I? One second. Because I figured this out last time and I didn't write it down. Number 11 is justice. Number 35. Oh, I'll do 35 and 95 because it switched. Number 4 is the heart. And number 1, oh no, another number 4. This 4 is air. Oh, that 4 is fire. Darn it. That 4 is fire. This is interesting. So we have 2 4s on the board. So let's start with this. First is 35. And 35. Oh, wow. Oh, this is the second sage. This is the second sage that I've gotten. And the first one came out on Daily Bite, Daily Bite number 4, the one that has no audio. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is the first time I got a sage. What? It's crazy. It's the first time I ever got like a court energy. But this is the Sage of Essences. Yes?
You on the phone?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say, after you taking a shower, make sure you rinse all your hair out.
Okay. Oh wow, y'all can see him back there, can't y'all? Could y'all see him? I washed my hair the other day. And I guess I missed some hairs. I'll do better. Oh my gosh. I forgot about this in my picture. You make the world go around. Alright. That song has been in my head too. You make my love come down. You make the world go around. What was I talking about? The Sage of Essences. So the Sage of Essences kind of sort of is a master of the self. And so the suit of essences, like the essence of something is the fundamental, it's like an atom or a molecule. No, like that doesn't quite work. So the essence of something is the smallest fundamental piece of it that has all of the properties of it itself, right? And so it's like the Sage of Essences is a master of self and is a master of feeling beyond separation, beyond boundaries, beyond illusions, beyond shadow and light, before the light and the shadow, before the birth, before things split, when it's still one and it's still whole and intact and complete, that is its essence. And the essence of something is like before it is diluted or contaminated or after it comes back to itself. And so the Sage of Essences is the sage of the journey and the sage of the path. Because as a sage, he or she, they are born. And so they've already experienced that. I want to say diffraction. I guess, yeah, diffraction. It's like how you diffract light, right? You shine white light through a prism and it diffracts into the spectrum. And so they've already been diffracted, but then they refract themselves. Is that refracted? Diffracted and refracted? I can't remember refracted. Or is it refracted light that splits into the spectrum? Anyway, I'm going to keep going for the sake of how it's coming to me because I don't want to get too caught up in the science because then I'll forget where I'm going. But it's someone who's already been born, someone who's already been tainted, but who has regained or reignited all of the pieces of themselves. And then the second one was 95. And 95 is Jupiter, which is interesting. Okay. So those are both water energies. And so you have the planet of, okay. So I feel like I said, so, well, I didn't say that part. But as a master of self, the sage, I didn't even timestamp this. And that's literally why I spent time typing all of that on my phone. I'm so 1313. I'm gonna go back and get the actual timestamp. And I'm gonna make a cute little like thumbnail for this video because I mean I know how to do it, I've just never done it. It'll probably be done in paint, high key, because you know. But you can do some awesome things with paint. I learned how to use paint. I forgot how to do some of the stuff I knew how to do with paint because it was so cool. But anyway, it's like as a master of self, the Sage of Essences is a master of all things. Because when you can see, it's like when you learn how to find the essence of one thing, you can find the essence of nearly anything. And that's where that sort of Jupiterian energy comes in, because I feel like once the Sage of Essences becomes, or once he rediscovers his own truth, he's able to see into the truth. It's like once he rediscovers his own truth, it opens him up to that limitless, boundless expansion through tapping into the truths of other things as well, right? And so it's almost like this drawback portal expansion type thing where he like retreats into his own truth which is adjacent to the truth, like the big truth. And when he, hey Miyoshi, good afternoon. Hola, welcome. How are you? It's like once he retreats into his own truth, which is adjacent to the capital T truth, he can find another truth and then from that truth expand outward. And that's what gives him this sort of like the Jupiter expanse from the self. I don't know how I'm not going to get too far into it because I mean that's pretty much as far as I can go. And then we have the heart chakra and the double crown coming out, which is very this. I'm doing really good today. I had some oatmeal this morning. I ain't had oatmeal in a minute, and I love oatmeal. So I'm old. I had some mint strawberry hibiscus tea. I was kind of hungry. I ate a few nuts, and I had the tea and the oatmeal, and now I'm fine. But I'm doing this, and I never. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't get the suit of air because I haven't gotten that yet. But it makes so much sense that I'm talking about like these portals and the Jupiter expanse from the Sage of Essences because that's what this is with the heart portal and the double crown. Because the double crown is like, because typically the crown is receptive, right? We receive through the crown, but the double crown is being able to transmit. So tap into that heart space and then you transmit from the crown. And then it's received and then you expand from there. So going to make your yogurt bowl. Hey. I wish I liked yogurt. I mean, I don't wish I liked yogurt because I don't like yogurt, but sometimes I wish I did. And then I have Aries, Justice, and Fire. Is this the Aries dice reading? I should just do like dice readings. So if you're an Aries, let me stop. So Aries is cardinal fire, and it's the initial spark, right? It's the birth of a new idea. It's the beginning of a new path. It is dedicated and obstinate. I think that's the word I want. It's like stubborn, right? Because it's so like on that path. And then justice is an element of balance. Justice is an element of mutual recognition, right? And I feel like that's the space that you have to come into when I don't know who this is for because I feel like this is not necessarily like easy because of the work that sort of goes behind being able to get to this point, but maybe it's something to aspire to or something. I don't know. Maybe it's something we're going to start seeing pop out of the whatever, the woodwork. But there's this mutual understanding whenever you sort of do that, that all truths are subjective, right? And so I feel like there's also an element of not caution, but it's kind of sort of responsibility that must be exercised. And then you have this element of fire as well. And it feels like seeing through someone else's eyes, honestly. But fire is also the element of light, right? Okay. So this is a mutual understanding on a soul level, especially when you're talking about getting to the truth behind things. Me. Hey. Well, hey. So this is a mutual like soul level understanding. And I think that's where um the truth comes in, right? Because like there's a difference between the essence of something and the soul of something. And it's kind of sort of subtle, and I haven't, because I just like I said, like this has been running in the background of my mind this whole time. And I'm charging my Surface Book today, and I got my little pen. Oh, where did I put it? I'm gonna lose it, and I'm not gonna be able to work. Oh, it's right here. I got my little pen. I got my Surface Book. I'm gonna be diving back in, doing some more work, writing up some more spreads. Honestly, I want to start on the dice, but I'll see. I want to do something today. Um, but it's like I can feel the difference between the essence of something and the soul of something, but it's kind of hard to like describe. But this is like mutual soul understanding that ignites this fire in this dark corridor that leads you down the path. Because if you don't have that, you won't be able to, because again, like you're going sort of capital T truth adjacent with this. And so it's not like there's no room for bias here, I guess. And that's what Justice is saying as well. Like there's no room for bias. Um, and it's interesting that that's not like water that came out. It's like fire, right? And fire is the spark. It's the soul. It's what animates and ignites the vessel. It powers the ship. This is interesting. And these are the blue dice, right? Are these blue or are these green? Is this? No, it's blue. I was like, is this a green one in a blue bag? So yeah, that's what the dice have to say today. That's why like that is what I wrote up the dice to do, is to do stuff like that. And that's why like that one day I was like, oh, like let's do some like roll the dice, ask me questions, and like I just feel like it's the way I intended it. It's suited for more of a depth than I missed 1234 by a minute. It's suited for more of a depth than something else. So I literally just had this bag, and I literally just put it somewhere where I wouldn't lose it, and it's not here. So I'm gonna leave these dice on this table. I'm gonna grab the SKT, and then I'm gonna get started. Set the intentions for the dice. Yeah. I mean, like, a lot of the stuff that I do has intention already built into it. And so whenever I try to use it outside of its intention, that's when I don't get confused, but I'm just like, this is a guide to go deeper. And so like it's like, I would get a cruise ship if I was, going on a cruise. I wouldn't grab a submarine to take people around and like, be on the deck and have fun. Or, like I wouldn't go in full scuba gear to go into like a pool at a place, So, but I can try to rework the intentions for them KKs. Well, so some things are just open. So like everything, I guess I should clarify, everything that I do, like if I make a spread or like when I rolled out the dice, like if I'm using a spread that I did, then the intentions are set into that. Like if I'm just pulling cards, then that's when I need to get better at setting intentions, because sometimes then it's just like whatever comes out, right? And I'm much more of a like back end type of person. So like I'm not necessarily like, because in the moment, and that's why like if I write like readings, they get like so deep, and I'm like, ooh, I love this. Why can't I get this deep when I'm just pulling cards? It's because like I think there's like a little bit of a pressure for me to like not take my time. Because especially since the videos are already as long as they are, you know what I mean? It's like I'm not trying to sit here for a second and really like soak it in and then allow it to come to me. But when I'm writing, there's something about writing that just like engages my brain in a different way. And so it comes more easily and more naturally to me. Because I'm a very flowy writer, so. Yes, I saw that. I was like, yes, Queen is back. I wanted to watch it, but I didn't. I haven't watched it yet. And it's funny though, because so the last time she made a video was March. I think it was for March. And kind of sort of low key, because in the Pisces reading in March, she was talking about being in the submarine. And kind of sort of low key, like I've been in the submarine this whole time. And so when she came back, I was feeling like, you know, I had breached the water, or I know for sure that I found what I was supposed to find down there. It did end up taking me like 2 whole like monthly cycles. Oh, New World Order at the bottom of the deck. Exactly. I'm so excited. Oh, man. Okay. So the Giver and the Bread of Life, Ace of Pentacles, and this mutual energy. This is beautiful because I feel like you're receiving this Ace of Pentacles energy and you're going to be giving this Ace of Pentacles energy. So that's the energy of like blessed to be a blessing. And then the Hector came out as well. And there was something about this Five of Swords. I got this card for myself. And I'm like, what does this mean in the context that I got it? With the New World Order at the bottom of the deck, I feel like this may be fearless, relentless, and remorseless pursuit of self-expression. Like, this is cutting lots and lots and lots of ties to things that no longer serve. Okay, so that's that. So what I'm going to be doing today is I'm going to go layer by layer. I'm going to do a northeast southwest on the major energy associated with each zodiac sign, and we're just going to hopefully run through them. I'll try to keep it fairly quick. The Emperor just came out. Is that Aries energy? That is Aries energy. Aries energy is like, okay, it's my turn. Like, me first. Bottom of the deck is the Star and the Bereaved, the Healer and the Bereaved. So healing a broken heart. Top 2 of the deck are, oh my gosh, the Shining Flame and the Joyous One. 10 of Cups. So yeah, it's like when somebody got that 3 of Swords healed, they are just like ready to go. And I don't think that was necessarily for Aries. That could just be like, your Emperor is about to come back, Kenny. Yes. Let me stop. That's that divine masculine energy, kind of sort of going through that transformation and being in a space now of where, as it's being healed, it is moving forward. And so hopefully we'll be seeing some positive changes coming out. I mean, it's energy, so it takes a while to kind of sort of propagate down to the 3D, but it's coming. I feel like I kind of want to say like the divine masculine energy has successfully healed enough that there are some positive changes coming. I don't know when they're going to be coming, but you know, Pluto is retrograde right now, so who knows? And then the Burden one came out. Oof. It's time to show me what you made of. That's what literally popped into my head. It's like, show me what you made of. Because there's this song that it's like one of my only guilty pleasure like music, because I like the vibes, but I don't like the message. But it makes me like, puts me in this like super edgy mood. But the words are so hard. And the discerning one, that Two of Wands. And this is what I was feeling with that Aries on the dice, with the one on the dice. It's a very Two of Wands type of like feeling. That's more Aries energy coming out. Okay. Okay, masculine energy. Venus goes on the 5th, I believe so. Yep, it does. So maybe when Venus goes retrograde, it's like masculine energy is going to step up and be like, all right, we got this. Come on, come on. It's time to support our ladies. Let the lady rest because, you know, she's been working hard. And let's do this the right way. Okay. One cut. And then I'm going to start. Then I'm going to start. And I'm going to be flipping from the top of the deck instead of pulling from the bottom. And I'm going to do a whole layer before I look and see. I'm going to go top left, scan from left to right, top, middle, bottom. And whatever majors I hit is the ones that I hit. What'd you say? Yeah. Oh, look at this. The sun card is the first one out. Love that. Sorry, Leos, but y'all get strength. Oh, man. Ooh, Taurus is first. It makes sense. I guess I should shout these out as I lay them down, right? So the sun and then the politic. Ooh, this is going to take longer if I do this. But the Holy See was the first card out. Taurian energy. Happy birthday, Taurus. I'm just going to call out the majors as they come out because I want to do this fairly quickly. Oop. Capricorn, second one out. Come on, Earth signs. Who said Earth signs slow? No, it's time for the Earth signs to shine. The King of Wands, Archangel of Glory, is the first court card out. The first king that we see. And I guess actually the Knight of Wands, the Shining Flame, was the first court card out. So the first knight is the Knight of Flames, the Knight of Fire. The first king is the. Let me pop these out. Although these are those songs associated the right feel in lyrics. Oh, with the right feel in lyrics. Yeah. There's this one song called Positive Vibes that I'm popping this out. This song called Positive Vibes that I absolutely love. And whenever I get mad, I stay mad for a hot minute. And I had to listen to the song for like 2 hours and just like dance in my room to like calm down. And as soon as I thought I was good and I paused the music, I would get mad again. So I was just like, for 2 whole hours, I was just in there listening to Positive Vibes. And then eventually I was calm. So shout out to that artist. The star, Aquarius, is going to be the third one. Ooh, the Seeker is air energy. Here's another major, the Seeker. Followed by the Magician. So Gemini is the second or the fourth one. So we have 2 earth and 2 air. This is interesting. Followed by the Magician. Oh, I take that back. That's Mercury. Sorry. But I said Gemini and the Lovers is the next card out. So Gemini is still number 4. Mercury is like, close. I'm going to try to do these fairly quickly so that they don't take too long. Oh, wow, Aquarius. Okay. All right, Aquas. So this is the first round. And then the Outlaw Hangman is the next one out. Oh, but with this right here, I can't see my timestamps. So I can't see the camera. So I'm assuming that I'm going to hold these cards in the screen. but I'm going to get these timestamps down. So first is Taurus, right, with this Holy See. Again, here's the Holy See. I can kind of sort of see it here. So there's all right, let me stop. So this energy is interesting. I'm going to timestamp this real quick. This is 35. I'm going to say 35 minutes. I guess I could ask, but it's fine. So the wind at the back of Taurus is the politic. The politic is the Three of Wands, and the Three of Wands in this deck is kind of sort of like coming together with other wise individuals to seek a prophecy. And I feel like the men in this, I'm feeling that the men in this sort of card, the people in this card, because they could be women. Why they always got to be wise men? What man you know is wise? Let me stop. There are some wise dudes out there, some respectable men. Masculine energy is trying. Let me stop. But it's about seeking more, because I feel like it's like there's a lot at your disposal. There's a lot that you know, but it's kind of sort of like you hit a wall, or you're looking for direction, looking for a way to somewhere to, like a way to like channel all this fire. Because I feel like there's an understanding that without some kind of bounds, it would spread endlessly, and its creative potential can't be fully harnessed without that direction. And so that's sort of the wind at your back, is like find a direction, find something to focus on, but also be a little bit more in tune and listen a little bit more, seek outside yourself, within yourself, right? It's like go deeper inside to find your like your soul, your spirit, your guides, your connection, and trust in that to propel you in the right direction. Because the challenges coming up is the conservator Four of Orbs, and that's the Four of Pentacles energy. And so you might be sort of going through a situation where you're very guarded, especially over your heart, or you feel like there's this really tough time coming, and so you're sort of like bracing yourself. And I'm feeling like these two pentacles beneath the feet, almost as shackles, right? I feel like you have these two weights tied to your legs. And then there's this pinnacle, there's this orb on top of the head. So it's like you're trying to be elevated and you're trying to be lifted. But since you have more weight around your ankles, around your feet, it's not moving you anywhere. And so you're feeling that disturbance in the area of the heart. And it doesn't necessarily have to be sort of like love related, but it's just like I don't know if I should do this or if I should do that. Like I'm feeling led in that direction, but this could also be like responsibilities, since these are like pentacle shackles, right? It could be family obligations, it could be health concerns, it could be a lack of finances, anything like that. But you're kind of sort of being drawn and called beyond all of that restrains and restricts you. And so I feel like there's this focus and this emphasis on maybe heart chakra healing to open yourself up to receive what it is that you need to receive. And the ground that you're standing on is the convalescent Four of Swords. And so I feel like, especially with Taurian energy, there's this ability to get really comfortable and complacent and to not want to move too much, right? Because I feel like as someone who's trying to go cow tipping, and there's this like they're trying to tip the biggest cat or the biggest bull in the yard, and they're like pushing on the bull, and the bull just isn't budging, and the bull is just like chewing on grass, like not even like all of these people are like pushing on the bull and the bull doesn't even care. I feel like it's that feeling. And I feel like, so we have the Four of Swords and the Four of Orbs. Two fours. You got 3, 4, 4, and 5. The Four of Orbs and the Five of Orbs are here. The Three of Wands is here. And then the Four of Swords is here. So there's no cups. So someone is not, and again, I think that's why the heart was kind of sort of guarded in this Four of Pentacles, because it's like there's no thought to how you feel. It's only like what's logical, what makes sense, what's practical. But, you know, it's also okay to be happy. I'm gonna try to keep these fairly short, but I feel like there are all of these sort of influences that have been trying to push you to change directions or push you into the right direction, but you're just so comfortable. Even if your situation isn't perfect, even if you're wanting more than what you have, you're just comfortable with what you do have. And you're finding ways to be comfortable. And I feel like whenever something or someone, especially a person, comes in and questions your comfortability, then there could possibly be a tendency to maybe sort of like lash out at them, especially if you're feeling this push within yourself that you're not taking, to then have someone on the outside come and push you. You can use them as a way to vent all of the frustration and anger that you have with yourself for not moving and then like take it out on them, right? And the stars that you're reaching for is this vagabond five of orbs. And it's interesting that you're reaching for the five of orbs. And so I think that's more on the side of like the sky above you. Maybe this position will be like hope/fears. Because I feel like you may fear that like once you take this chance, then you're going to be out of something. There may be this perceived risk, and it's a risk that you don't want to take, right? It's like you're much more comfortable being less happy with more things than running the risk of not having things. Like regardless of if you're happy or not, you'd rather have the stuff than the substance, right? What do I get advice? Is there any advice? I don't know. I guess my advice would be to, because I don't like. Let me pull another deck. Because I don't like leaving stuff off with like no advice, right? I'm going with the Witch's Tarot. Oh, I could put an extra layer on top of all these cards. See, if I was doing these as individual, like monthly videos, I would do that. But since this ain't what that is, we ain't doing that today. I'm just pull 2 to 3 cards to give you some advice because I feel like I don't want to leave it without. Ooh, 3 of Swords and the 10 of Cups at the cut. Maybe you're feeling like you've taken risks in the past and the risks never worked out. And so there's almost this energy of like, maybe you experienced so much failure in the past or what you perceive as failure and setbacks that you've decided to not even try because you're more hurt when you try than you are happy because of your metric of success, right? Now, if you were the type of person, because like on TV, right, and even in real life sometimes, the person who is like the failed inventor, but who never gives up, and then by the end of the movie they finally like have an invention that works, right? I feel like that's the energy that you're supposed to be in, but you're not. It's like you're afraid to pursue things maybe because of what happened in the past. Okay. And I'm going to take the top and the bottom as advice. Well, let me do one more. I'm doing advice for the top and bottom in the situation. 8 of Pentacles and the Moon. This deck does have reversals now, so it's not all upright only anymore. Oh, okay, that's a lot, but I'll take these two. The two that I saw, the Emperor and the Ace of Cups. There's that Emperor energy. Bottom of the deck is the Death card. So yeah, you're going to have to change completely. It's upright, so this is something that you got to do. Emperor and the Ace of Cups. I feel like it's time for you to pursue what you actually want. And I feel like there's a lot of dedication here. There's a lot of, it's like you're really analytical, you're really practical, you're really good at finding a way to make things work. But I feel like you're not applying that skill in a way that gets you closer to what you want, right? Because with this Emperor, that's like one of the Emperor's like trademarks, right? Is that sort of like ability to take in all of the information, know what point that you desire to reach, and then how to get there, how to bridge that gap. And so I feel like if you're really good at making ends meet, and if you're really good at sort of like stretching a dollar, finding bargains, like if you can be good doing that, you can do the exact same thing in an area that gets you closer to what you want to do. And I feel like that's the energy of like a, what did they call it? Not a transmutable skill, transferable skill. It's a transferable skill, but you have to use it in the way that gets you what you want. I feel like you have strengths that you don't even realize as strengths. You've learned things in all of this hardship that will lead you to what you actually want, but you have to use it. That's you. Well, there you go. You may be Taurus today. I mean, Venus, it is the month of May, so this could be a general behind the scenes energy. Also, Venus is about to go retrograde. You know, Venus rules Taurus. So, all right. Moving on. The next one is Capricorn. I'm going to say Capricorn starts at 45:25 because I got to find it. 45:25. Okay. So around Capricorn, this is good. I feel like, oh goodness. Okay. I feel like, oh, okay. Well, sorry. I was gonna be like, I feel like it's a really good time to be a Capricorn. So the wind behind Capricorn, this is the demon Capricorn. I guess I could pull these up. I don't want to. The reason why I don't want to pull these up is because then I'll spend too much time sort of like rearranging them. But behind the back, or the wind at Capricorn's back, excuse me, is the Six of Scepters, the champion, which is the Six of Wands. So that's victory. I feel like this is kind of sort of the opposite of that Taurian energy. It's like you're coming off of successes. You're coming off of victories. I mean, you're cardinal Earth. So I feel like Taurus needs to step more in the space of Capricorn where it's all about venturing beyond. It's about going beyond. It's about stepping into cardinal energy. And it's about utilizing your sense and your ability to see what makes sense in a way that propels you forward, in a way that gets you to come up with a plan to get to where you actually want to be, instead of like making everything make sense where you are. But I mean, the wind at Capricorn's back is like, I feel like Capricorn knows that Capricorn is going to win. And that's kind of sort of devil energy, low key, a little bit. Because I feel like the energy always approaches a situation as if it's going to win, right? I feel like maybe Capricorn's been underestimated. Maybe Capricorn's underestimated themselves. But the challenge coming up for Capricorn is the sun energy. So it's like, okay, you can do this. You know you can do this, but will you actually do it? Are you actually going to shine? Right? Maybe this is a Capricorn that's like, doesn't like the limelight, that's a lot more reserved, that doesn't want too much recognition, that is always like, it's like an energy of like finding someone else to come in and to work with, because then that person can take the credit and you'll be fine in the background. But Capricorn, you're being asked to come out of the shadows, and you're being asked, like, because I feel like you know that you're victorious, or you're going to be victorious in this. It's like Capricorn has a really, 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 really good business idea, but they don't want to do it alone, so they're going to find somebody else to do it. It's almost the energy of like someone who goes on Shark Tank and they have this really, really good idea, and the sharks offer whatever they offer, and the person takes it because they just like settle, right? Well, and then you hear the other stories of people who go on Shark Tank. The investors love the idea. The investors offer them whatever, and they go like, you know what, like, thank you for this, but I think we can do better. I think we can elevate this. I think we can make more. Our vision is grander and greater than what you're offering us, because I mean, it's business, right? A lot of times people aren't going to offer you the price of what the actual potential of that is, or they're going to ask for a certain amount of share, a certain amount of stock in that idea, because they have to profit as well, right? But if you can be profitable yourself, then be profitable yourself. And it's almost this like, also almost this energy of like, if something is approaching you, offering you something, then you know that what you have is golden. You know that it's something worth buying. But are you going to be the person to stand in front and center at it? Are you going to be the person that who like really brings this thing to life, or are you going to hand it off on somebody else? The ground beneath your feet is the Lovers, which is Gemini energy, which is mercurial. So again, I guess if this is a business idea, then I feel like that's good fortune, right? And then Mercury is like literally right here next to the Lovers, the card that the Magician, the one that I was like, oh, the Magician, that's Gemini, and then Gemini came out. So I feel like if you do partner with someone, make sure that you're not allowing yourself to be eclipsed by someone, right? Also, this is the warrior, so it may not be easy to really get it off of the ground, but I feel like it's going to require a certain amount of determination because the sun is always out. Even when it's nighttime, the sun is always shining, right? It's just that the earth isn't facing the sun, or your section of the earth isn't facing the sun, but the sun is always there. And I feel like that's the level of persistence that Capricorn is really good at because, again, it's cardinal earth. We're not talking about Taurus fixed earth. I feel like Taurus would come into this space and be like, this is too hard. I give up. I'd rather go graze back in the grass. Like, no, this is like that devil energy is also persistent. It's also very, very, very persistent. And I feel like that's the persistence that's going to be required. If you do have a partner, make sure it's someone that you trust and make sure you like fully vet that person. If you have to sign any contracts, make sure you read over those twice. Venus also rules Libra, and Libra is like contracts and the legal system and stuff like that, right? And it's about to go retrograde. So maybe not an extremely auspicious time for starting something new with partners. But look at me talking like I'm an astrologer. I'm just a person who do a little bit of who read a little bit of. I don't even read a little bit. Anyway, let me not talk about me because this don't need to be that long. But one of the reasons why I'm saying exercise a little caution is because it's sort of like the sky / stars / sun above you is this sort of outlaw hangman energy. And I feel like, and that's what I was saying about the whole Shark Tank thing. It's like dabble in everything. Exactly. Jack of all trades, master of none, but better than a master of one. I think that's how the saying goes. But that's why I'm saying like it's like the Shark Tank energy and be careful who you sort of partner with. Because I feel like if you're partnering with someone who is more knowledgeable than you, or if they write the contract in a kind of certain way, then it's like once things really begin to pick off, or once things really begin to take off, then I feel like they may try to like take it from under you. So just make sure you like vet the people that you're working with, make sure you trust them. And again, I feel like you're kind of being called to have a certain amount of like a greater percentage of this yourself. Um, but then again, that outlaw energy could also be this kind of sort of like looming fear of like maybe you don't feel that you can do this yourself, and that's why you may be more likely to go and seek someone else and take whatever anyone gives you. If things get rough, if this doesn't take off immediately, I would say like, especially if you're coming up with a brand new idea, the sort of trajectory is like this. Like you may get like this initial surge and then it flattens out for a while and then it eventually increases. And that initial surge is like your friends and your family, the people you get on Kickstarter, the people that you can convince to get it. They're going to be the first ones that get it and the first people on it. But then you hit this flat line, right? Because that's the time it takes for like maybe you do some marketing, or that's the time it takes for word of mouth to really begin to pick up and spread. And then that's basically when you start competing with everybody else, when you hit that flat line. And that's another reason I took, it's like a startup class. I had an internship 2 summers ago. And so I feel like what they said is like a lot of people make the mistake of when they hit that initial spike, they start spending more. They start expanding their faculties and facilities. They start hiring more people. And then once they hit that point where it peters out, it's like they have more financial obligation than they're making because the initial people who are really excited about it, like they all already have it. And so you stop making money. And so it's to realize that that point is going to come and accommodate for that. Because once you do that, once you really start to get that exposure and once you really start to compete, that's when it's going to pick back up. But if you sort of utilize all of your resources before then you're not going to make it past that point because you're going to run out of funds, right? And so there's also with this hangman and with this sun energy, there's also this call to sort of like project out a little bit further and to look out beyond. And I feel like Capricorn energy is really good at that. But it's like, it's like don't get swept up in that initial success. It's like stay I think that's what this hangman energy is saying more so. I mean, it could also be, like don't get taken advantage of by anybody because also maybe look at the differences between corporations. Like a LLC is a limited liability corporation, or you can have a LLP, limited liability partnership, because depending on who you work with and depending on what kind of company you are, you can be held fully responsible for any of your partners or anyone's sort of like misdeeds and misactions, right? And so the limited liability allows you to the comfort of saying, like that was that person, I'm my own person. This person was doing that with their share. And so like they are fully accountable for themselves and I'm not accountable. Because if you're not that limited liability, then it holds everybody accountable and everyone has to pay, even if only one person makes that mistake. And that's another reason why you kind of sort of want to make sure you know who you're working with, because you don't want anyone to jeopardize this. But with the outlaw, I'm going to say that's also, like stay grounded when things really take off. If this is about a relationship, I feel like it's the exact same thing. Like know who you're getting a relationship with, know who you're committing to. Don't allow yourself to sort of be eclipsed in that relationship. Like don't lose yourself or don't sacrifice yourself, because with this hangman kind of sort of as this looming thing above you, I mean, I guess the hangman in a positive aspect could be like you wanting to be able to kind of sort of be exactly who you are in this relationship. And even if this is a job, right? This on the positive side of this could be, especially with the lovers upright as the ground beneath your feet, business lessons too. I've done a lot of things in my time, I guess. Um, girl, jack of all trades, master of none. But I feel like on the positive side of this, especially because like the sun did come out in the future, or as well, the sun is the challenge coming. So I feel like the challenge is being yourself. The challenge is going to be luminous and to be a light, right? This isn't necessarily the space that you're going to go into. The way this is set up, this is the oncoming challenge, right? Um, but with this outlaw sort of as the space above, on the hope side of it, it could be like you hoping for a relationship, hoping for a partnership, hoping for a job where you can be yourself and where you can be appreciated and where you don't have to sacrifice your uniqueness to sort of fit in. um, and again, I feel like a lot of this comes down to knowing who you're working with, like really, really, really knowing who you're working with. And that's where I'm going to leave it for Capricorn. Next, we're heading into Aquarius. Oh, I said Aquarius, girl. This is not the star. This is the angel. I got confused. Sagittarius is next. So Sagittarius. Oh, and it's 1:11 on the clock. Sagittarius, you might have some Aquarius in your chart. um Let me stop. I just made a mistake. I'm going to say this starts at 58 minutes and 58:17. So, Aquarius, you share this link with Taurus in that, so it's like this, the sky above your head is the challenge coming to Taurus, and the wind beneath your feet is the ground that Taurus stands on. So, if you have Taurus in your chart, or if you know a Taurus, um, maybe there's some kind of interaction there. Maybe not. This ain't necessarily, I did leave this open to interpretation for interaction between signs. But again, this could be like signs that you have in your chart. This could be houses that you have in your chart. This could be multiple areas of your life kind of sort of coming and activating as one, right? So regardless of like if it's not your sun, moon, or rising, it may be a relevant area. So I don't want to say that because then we all have all these somewhere. So take it as it resonates. That's what I'll say. Uh, so the wind beneath your back, oh wow, is the Four of Swords convalescent. I feel like that's really interesting for Sagittarius because I feel Sagittarius as this very like fiery, gung ho, gone with the wind, spirit, horse galloping, and then like wind like blowing through the mane, and the horse is like doing that. You know what I mean? That's the image I'm getting of Sagittarius. And the wind at your back is asking you to like chill out a little bit and to slow down. The ground beneath your feet is the Two of Cups. And the oncoming challenge is the Seeker, and the sky above you is that conservator, Four of Orbs. And so I gave y'all the whole picture because it's like I feel like Sagittarian energy is a little quick, and if you move too fast, I feel like there's something that you might miss. This really, really great opportunity. And the card of Sagittarius is the angel, is temperance, is that balance, right? And so I feel like you're being asked to kind of sort of like maintain that freedom, but don't be so afraid of, I'm just going to say commitment, that you cheat yourself out of a good thing or cheat yourself out of something that you want. And the reason why I'm going to say commitment is because it's like, don't be so afraid of being tied down. This is for Sagittarius. I accidentally said Aquarius because the healer, like the star and the temperance card, look very similar to me in this deck, even though they don't. And so I initially thought that this was the star. So it's actually Sagittarius and not Aquarius. But maybe Sag and Aqua are kind of sort of operating within the similar space. But it may be like a different side of the story. So yeah. Um, but the wind at your back, and it's interesting. I may actually flip this because I feel like the wind at your back, it's instead of a tailwind, it's feeling like this wind coming head on because it's asking you to like slow down a little bit. I feel like Sagittarius may be coming up on this moment of, and it's very fitting for the times that we're living in. Taurus, Cappy, and Sagittarius. Yep. And then Gemini will be next. And that's all of the ones that came out in this first round. But yeah, I feel like, and it makes sense for the time that we're in, because I feel like a lot of us are being slowed down in some types of way. So maybe like Sagittarius had travel plans, had plans to relocate, had plans to have fun. Sagittarius is feeling a little stir crazy inside because Sagittarius wants to be free. Sagittarius is like, let me stop. I ain't gonna go that far. But I feel like you're coming up on this moment where you're being asked to slow down a little bit, and you're being asked to slow down for good reason. I feel like the slowdown is actually a gift. It may feel like a curse, but I feel like this is a blessing in disguise because this is the wind at your back. But the wind at your back feels like the wind at your face. And if you're just like, I feel like there's this very, very strong wind pushing back at you with greater force than you can like propel, or with greater force than you can like move forward. But you're just like so determined that like this wind is like blowing your eyes like to the corners of your ears. And it's like, you can't even see because the wind is so like all up in your face, but you're like bound and determined to keep moving anyway. I think it's time for you to take a step back. And with this Seeker card, I feel like I didn't even hold it up. I'm going to hold these up. These are the only two. So this is the Angel, Temperance, Sagittarius. And the Seeker card is the challenge coming forward. So I feel like in this slowdown, you're not really going to know what to do with yourself. And you may be in this sort of space of like asking the divine for guidance, like, why am I slowing down right now? Why is this happening to me? I thought I was supposed to be doing this. I thought I was supposed to be doing that. I had these plans. I had those plans. It's like, it's one of those things that you have to trust in. And I feel like this opportunity is going to bolster your ability to really step into the tempered nature of that temperance card, right? I feel like it's going to be able to teach you a kind of sort of balance that you're really going to need. because the ground beneath your feet is this Two of Cups, is this joined one. And on this card, it says, Abyssus abyssum est. And that's the depth called to the depths of you, or the depths of you called to the depths of me. So there's a very, very, very deep connection here. And maybe things are a little, I feel like Sagittarius might be the type of person, whenever you're into like a lockdown quarantine type of situation, the energy, it's almost the type of energy, because that's not what that energy is supposed to do, really. But it feels like, it's like, I didn't pull any advice for Capricorn. I didn't need any advice for Capricorn. I gave the advice for Capricorn. I realized I didn't pick up the cards. But it's almost like, since Sagittarius isn't doing what Sagittarius is supposed to do, it's like shaking the bottle of a carbonated beverage. And I feel like there's this energy of it like exploding, right? And it's almost exploding out of frustration and out of like impatience and out of all of the things that it can't do, especially if you live with somebody else. And I feel like that seeker is like praying for patience, like, Lord, please give me the patience, because these people are getting on my nerves in this house, and I can't run away. I can't take my vacation. I can't just disappear and then come back 3 weeks later and be like, hey, like, how you been? Like, I missed you after, 2 weeks and 5 days. And the last 2 days I missed you while I was gone, and so I came back. But now you're kind of sort of stuck with them. So I feel like tap into that other side of Jupiter. Maybe if there's something that you're really interested in, if there's like, I feel like it's expand in other ways, right? Learn about something that you wanted to learn about. Do something else with your mind, because I feel like it's almost sort of creating this tension within yourself that, again, is sort of being vented on other people around you. And I feel like Sagittarian energy may be like doing and saying a lot of things that it doesn't really mean, but it's just all of this built up pressure within itself because it can't do what it's supposed to be doing. And then the sky above your head is this conservator, Four of Orbs. And so I feel like that's almost teaching you to like learn how to redirect some of that energy sometimes, right? Because with your oncoming challenge being the seeker could also be like knowing to admit when you don't know something. And the seeker could also, like, that could be opening you up to change your mind about something. Because I feel like Sagittarius, even though it's mutable, it can be a little bit fixed in the things that it philosophically believes, right? I feel like Leo is fixed fire in the sense of like appearances. Like I feel like Leo energy likes to always present itself a certain type of way. But I feel like Sagittarius is fixed fire in, is fire like low-key a fixed energy? Because it's like always burning. It's cardinal because it moves and it does stuff, but it's almost fixed because fire doesn't really have another state, right? Like water could be solid, liquid, gas. Earth could be muddy, it can be dirt, it can be dust. Air can sort of hold like anything. You can put anything in air, but fire is kind of sort of always fire. And like fire, like you can change the color of fire depending on what metal you put into it. But it's like it's always fire. Anyway, but I'm feeling like Sagittarius can be very, very fixed and stuck in their philosophical beliefs and in what they believe to be true. And I feel like it can be really hard to convince a Sagittarius of some things sometimes. And it can be hard for them to allow themselves to kind of sort of like see outside the box. And so I feel like there's this kind of sort of like redirection type energy that you're going to learn when you're able to find peace in this situation. And maybe that's the challenge, being able to find peace in the situation, right? Especially if the lockdowns go on for too much longer. I don't know how, but yeah, that's kind of sort of the challenge. And my advice to you is like to take it head on. because I feel like it's going to teach you something, or you're going to pick up some kind of skill where you're learning to kind of sort of do other things to experience that freedom and expansion. Because with the Two of Cups being the ground beneath your feet, I feel like there's a sort of emotional stability and reciprocity there that you don't necessarily want to give up or ruin or sabotage. I feel like there are some people who are living with people or who have created lives that aren't sustainable for them and for who they are, and they're sort of realizing and recognizing now that they have to stay in with their choices. And I feel like there's a danger of Sagittarius kind of sort of approaching that same space if Sagittarius isn't cognizant and aware enough of the fact that, like, it's not these people I'm staying with, it's the fact that I can't do this and I can't do that, and I'm feeling extra restless and agitated and irritable, and I'm just taking it out on them. It's not them, they're just the people I'm projecting this onto right now. And again, maybe that's another kind of, it's almost like I'm feeling the sun as a challenge at the same time. Like, you just got challenges. I feel like Sagittarius is just in a very challenging space right now because every single one of these cards feels like a challenge, low key. But I feel like the challenge is like reeling it in, honing it in, coming into that understanding with the, I'll just show y'all, with the orb up top, right? It's coming into that understanding. It's regrounding and rebalancing yourself. Like, there are two pinnacles under his, two orbs under his feet, and then you have the Two of Cups as the ground that you're standing on. So I feel like it is balanced, it is firm, it is stable. But it's for you to come into the understanding and to like not be so quick to just like slow down, Sagittarius, and try to find peace where you are. That's my advice. All right. If anything is incomplete, I'm sorry. You can go to the description box below. Shoot me an email and we can discuss getting you a personal reading. Just kidding. That's 100% jokes. 100% jokes. Do not do that. I mean, I will be including my email. I want to just do it and update the automatic description so I don't have to do it every time. I just haven't done it yet. I'm sorry. Next is Gemini, and we're going to be starting Gemini at 1:12. I'm just going to say 1:12 approximately. Oh my gosh, I've only done 4 signs and this is already an hour long. I don't know if I'm going to end this here and then come back. I would just have to make sure I don't shuffle this deck. I said I was going to do all of them, so I'm going to do all of them. I may speed up a little bit. It is what it is. I may not, you know? So Gemini. Gemini is sitting right below Capricorn, if y'all didn't pick that up. With the lovers being at Capricorn's feet, that means that Capricorn is your sky Gemini. And I don't know how I feel about devil energy being in a Gemini, because from one mutable sign to another, y'all's wild, like low key. Like, I feel like people may give y'all like a little bit of an extra hard time, but it's also like, you know, some of the myths are based on fact, some of the fiction is based on reality. It's like a stretch, but it ain't that far of a stretch. You know what I mean? So let me stop. Wow. Whoa. Gemini has a lot of major energy around it. Capricorn did too, but Gemini has more. Because the wind propelling Gemini forward is the Magician. So you have Mercury on your side. I believe Mercury isn't in Gemini yet, is it? Let me check real quick. Because if it's not, it will be soon. No, Mercury is in Taurus. Okay. I was like, yeah, I feel like Mercury just entered a new sign. I'm going to look and see when Mercury goes into Gemini. Let me see. I love this app. Okay. So Mercury is going to be crossing the Gemini cusp on May 11th. So that's like 6 days after Venus goes retrograde. All right. So in 1 week and 3 days, Mercury will be in Gemini. So I feel like for Gemini, this may be a space of like doing some of the work on the back end before Mercury like comes home. So the wind behind your back is the Magician. I feel like there's something that you're manifesting, that you're going after, that you want. You see it, you like it, you want it, it's yours. The ground beneath your feet is the Hangman, which is Neptunian energy. Actually, it may be water because I don't think Neptune was a thing yet. It is Neptune. Yeah, it's water. So these are coded off of the 7 or 5. Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and then the elements, and then the zodiac. And so that's why like Neptune isn't here, but you see Neptune still represented in the glyph on the chest of that outlaw. Like I said, from one mutable sign to another, y'all may be a little bit more stuck. I don't like reading the Hangman as stuck, but I feel like there's this. Oh, Sagittarius is also mutable. Gemini and Sagittarius oppose. Okay, nice. Which means y'all share a lot of commonalities, but also some differences, some key differences, but they're also kind of similar in a lot of ways. And so I feel like it's kind of sort of the same thing, but for you, it's different than Sagittarius because at your back is this increase in creative energy and manifested potential. But the ground beneath your feet is like tar. It's like your Cinderella. I don't know. I think it's like the Brothers Grimm rendition of it. I saw Into the Woods, and Into the Woods, I think, follows a little bit more of the Grimm than like the Disney. And so, like, the prince got tired of Cinderella running away. And so the prince spread like tar at the bottom of the stairs. So when she was running away, she would get stuck, right? And then she had to make this decision of like, what do I do? Do I stay here and do I let them catch me, or do I keep running like I always do? She was like, oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do because like I like him and I want him, but if he knew who I really was, he wouldn't like me and he wouldn't want me. It's like, he's seen like 15 of my Gemini faces, but he hasn't seen the other 30,000. And so let me. We mutable Gemini. Like I'm a Pisces. I got 2 fish. Y'all got 1,500 faces, but I got 2 fish. So I kind of get it. I kind of understand. I'm just playing. But there's almost this energy of like, if like someone or something saw me. So maybe this is a little bit of a past energy where you manifested something, and the thing that you've already manifested is like pushing you into this space where the manifestation is unfolding even more. And the challenge that you have coming up on the horizon is the King of Wands, King of Scepters, Archangel of Glory. And the Archangel of Glory is the angel of like arts and poetry, I believe. Let me see. I can see real quick because he on the end. Art and grace, the angel of art and grace. Emphasis on the grace. Maybe you manifested a creative potential. Or again, it's almost sort of that Capricorn energy because you are sitting right below Capricorn of like, or I feel like here it's more of a fear. And I feel like with Capricorn, it was more of a tendency that they have where it's like you manifested a job or you manifested a person, you manifested something. And now I feel like you're afraid of like, if they saw you in a different light or if they saw you more as who you are, then maybe it would like cause kind of friction. Because with the art and grace, I'm getting like self-expression, honestly. And I'm getting like, but there's this like beautiful creative energy about it. And I feel like Gemini and a lot of mutable signs, honestly, all of the mutable signs, I'm going to say. I mean, you have to accept anything with anybody. But I feel like when it comes to mutable signs, like what you have to accept is that like they're not necessarily always going to be the same. And they're not necessarily always going to be in the same space. Like you may come to moments where you feel like you're dealing with a completely different person. I feel like with Gemini, it's all of the faces that they have. With Pisces, it's this sort of like back and forth, kind of sort of almost chameleon, like wishy-washy type of energy. With Virgo, I feel like it can be these moments where they're extremely loving and extremely kind and extremely caring, but then these other moments where they're extremely critical, right? And maybe overly analytical. It may also be these moments where like maybe they get really like they criticize themselves really harshly, and so you may have to sort of deal with that sort of coming in and out. And with Sagittarius, I feel like that's the dynamic of like them wanting this freedom but also wanting you at the same time, and so it's finding this balance of like how much space for you is too much, right? Because it's like if you're asking and if you're demanding this of me, I'm not the type of person that can to you. So you may want someone else who is comfortable with all this space. Because like if you just up and disappear, Sagittarius, for like a week, like I mean, you're welcome. I guess I didn't really expect to give it. But like that's kind of sort of the stuff that you have to be comfortable with. You have to be comfortable with the fact that as mutable signs, they play this sort of in between. Um, Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. And you got a lot of Sagittarius in your chart. Um, but yeah, it's like, and I feel like that's sort of this. I feel like as a fellow mutable sign, when you can learn to accept that about yourself, I believe you can begin to like find the strengths of who you are. And just know that like, and that's one thing that I talked to my buddy about a few months ago. Sorry. That's one of the things I talked to my buddy about a few months ago because he had gone through a period of like rapid growth and rapid expansion. And honestly, it still like blows my mind because I thought I did it quick, but dude is like, just like, when you see somebody speed read on a cartoon where they just like flip through the whole book and they set it down and they're like flipping through books and flipping through books. And then like they read the whole library in like 5 minutes. What time was that breakdown? It's 1:22:06 right now. So yeah, I'm gonna say one. So maybe it happened at about 1:20. Mutable. There you go. Um, but I asked him. I was like, "How do you like know who you are? How do you find a sense of self?" Because I was also in the space of like going through these rapid changes. And I'm just like, sometimes I don't even know who I am. Like when I saw my birth chart, because I have a splash chart, I have energy. If you don't count the nodes and Chiron, I have energy in what, 8 out of 12 signs. So I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the reason why I'm all over the place. And then I'm a Pisces sun, so that doesn't help give me any stability. But then I reached the point where I'm like, I have to realize that I'm always being myself, even if it seems like I'm being somebody else, or even if I'm playing another, like even if the fish start to swim a different way, like I'm always me. And I feel like that's one of the strengths of being a mutable sign that we kind of sort of like don't necessarily give too much credit towards, because on the outside it looks like you're like all people, but it's being able to find different facets of yourself. I feel like the strength of a fixed sign is that they can go into many, many, many different situations and always find a way to be themselves. I feel like the strength of a cardinal sign is their ability to be cardinal, their ability to go into a space and to create something, right? Um, but stop. Um, but yeah, and so I feel like that's where the art and the grace comes in. And so Gemini, I'm gonna say, especially with that King of Wands, Like it would have been, I feel like, a little bit more emphasized with the Queen of Wands, but the queens in this deck are shields, and I feel like this is not for you to be guarded. This is for you to be open about, right? So with the Wands being the suit of self-expression, especially when it comes to the court cards, I feel like it's for you. Excuse me. Your oncoming challenge is going to be to find a way to continuously to accept yourself in all of these different situations and to find someone that accepts you. Now, Gemini, should you be going around slashing people tires, causing like all that drama, like, maybe don't go to an extreme. Maybe like find with this hangman and with this devil card, maybe find a way to like reel it in a little bit. Like don't go to any extremes, but also at the same time realize that like you're always yourself. And because you are mutable, you includes you in different situations, and it doesn't always mean that you're being somebody else. It doesn't always mean that you're fake, right? It's just that we're different in different situations. And that's like, I feel like as a Pisces, especially with Taurus in my chart, but I'm the type of person who is like very, very good under pressure and very, very good in crisis situations. Because I feel like I can be like super jokey and lighthearted and like, that in some instances I can be a lot more reserved and quiet in other instances. And like there are some times when I can like freak out about like little things, but when it comes to the serious things, I'm able to shift into like crisis response mode where I'm able to like really kick into that, okay, mellow down. Who do I need to be in the situation? What needs to happen to get us to the point where we can resolve this as quickly as possible? And then as soon as that's over, then I can like go right back to being, whoever. And that's one of the beauty of those, because I feel like a fixed sign isn't necessarily going to be able to adapt to that situation. And again, like, no, a lot of us have different energies in our charts. And I'm sorry, Gemini, for rambling, but hey, I'm in Gemini energy. So if I talk a lot, it's relevant. um, and with the cardinal sign, I feel like cardinal energy, whenever you enter a crisis situation, is just the energy of like putting more fuel on the fire. Like, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? And maybe that's not the case with every cardinal sign, but that's just the energy of it, right? I feel like a cardinal sign is really good at coming in after the mutable sign, which is why they come after mutable signs. And it's like when you're transitioning from one space to another, then the cardinal comes in and it creates something out of that. It like paints on the blank canvas, right? It's like you're trying to paint the Mona Lisa on top of like 15 different paintings. It's going to be a mess, right? So like cardinal needs a blank canvas. Fixed energy is really good at like, so like if cardinal energy comes in and it sketches something, if it pencils it out, cardinal or fixed energy is really good at coming in and like adding the color to something that's already there. Or maybe like cardinal energy puts in the color and then fixed energy comes in and it adds like the fine details for the shading and for this to give the picture some depth. And then fixed or mutable energy, sorry, is what turns the page, right? Mutable energy is like you take the picture, you put the filter on it, you sign it at the bottom, you turn the page and you start something new. Anyway, that's how I kind of sort of feel those energies. Again, I think in like metaphors and analogies, so it helps me. But anyway, I feel like that's going to be your oncoming challenge, is to really see yourself and to maybe find a little bit more graceful of a transition in between who you are at different points, maybe to like blend them a little bit. Blending, remember when like the beauty people were on YouTube doing all those makeup tutorials before like the beauty blenders and everything really like started coming out, back when folks weren't blending and like things were a little bit more harsh on the face? Like we have beauty blenders now. Like let's blend things. Let's like soften it up a little bit. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Back when Michelle Phan was on YouTube, low key, I watched some of her videos and I loved them. Like I didn't do makeup. I wasn't into makeup, but I loved watching Michelle Phan for some reason. Um, but yeah, there's this energy of like blending a little bit more, easing the transition, getting a Segway that has batteries in it so you can like ride it, and it's not just this like super jerky motion. You know, charge the batteries on the Segway because ain't nobody got time to fall off a Segway because they want to be a little jerk. Don't be a jerk, Gemini. Don't be a jerk. Also, um, but with this demon energy sitting in the space of the sky above you, I feel like that may be, it's almost like, again, it's like that Sagittarius, how it's like a blessing in disguise. It may be something that you feel is unnecessary, but at the end of the day, it's going to get you a lot closer to what you need to do, right? And it's almost the energy of like, I feel like it's the energy of like people who put their kids on leashes. And it's like people like to talk about those parents like, oh my gosh, they have their children on a leash. Well, if you knew all of the stuff that their kids get into, and if you knew how wild their kids can be, maybe you would agree that they should be on a leash. Because, and it's not in a bad way, but it's like if they're the type of like hyper curious child that is just for some reason naturally drawn to dangerous things and for another reason at the same time extremely accident prone, it prevents further injuries. You know what I mean? And it takes me back to this conversation that we had um, on this Sunday night spotlight. Shout out to, you know, the Wiley days, where I think we were talking about people on the autism spectrum. And it never occurred to me, and it probably doesn't occur to a lot of people, that like parents who have smaller children who are on the spectrum, and they may, like, for lack of a better phrase, act out when they're in public, and then people look at them as bad parents because they can't control their kids, or people come to them with advice on how to control their kids, like when they could have a child who is on the spectrum, or they just have a child who like does this or have a child that does that, and they get all of this judgment from people who don't know what the reality of that situation is. um, I feel like that's the kind of sort of like the fear and the worry. It's not that exactly, but it's almost that adjacent, where it's asking you to kind of sort of like reel it in, rein it in a little bit. And it may be a little bit of a challenge for you. It may be you kind of sort of like thinking that you're making yourself more palatable for other people. But at the same time, I feel like it's going to heighten your ability to play different roles in different situations. And it's going to actually increase your strengths when you do that. Because when we get, especially as mutable signs, and maybe even some of the cardinal signs, shout out to like Aries, any sign, maybe fire signs, and like when you're the type of person that like pop off at the mouth real quick, and when you got a tongue that either spits fire or that cuts, I feel like Gemini. I feel like Gemini has a tongue that can spit fire and that can cut and that can do all kinds of different things. Sorry. I mean, y'all are like mutable air. Like, come on. Like, air signs in general have tongues that cut. And then Gemini is giving me like Kali vibes, low key. Like, when you see Kali depicted as having multiple heads. Um, but it's just like it's bolstering your strength to be different things in different situations and to really harness your mutability in a way that serves you, right? Um, and then again, and I didn't even finish the Cinderella analogy of being stuck in the tar at the stairs, but I feel like you have a sort of choice when it comes to this. And again, I'm feeling this hangman energy as finding that balance between both. Because it's like, I feel like you don't want to go so far into that devil energy that you come out of that archangel of glory energy, because it's also for you to be able to express yourself, right? But at the same time, it's for you to be able to find a balance. There's this tempered energy sort of balance. And I feel like this may be a situation that you're already in, where you're learning to find that balance. Because the magician, again, is sort of like in the space of the past, propelling you forward. That's like the wind behind your back. Or maybe if this is the future for you, maybe you're manifesting something right now that is going to test your ability to be yourself, but also to be in control of yourself at the same time. And being yourself and being in control of yourself looks different for different people. All right, that's what I got for you, Gemini. Good luck. Don't be afraid of it. Don't be so quick to see it as like you not being yourself, but see it as, and like again, from one mutable sign to another, no shade, see it as knowing which you to be in which situation, knowing which sides of yourself work better in which situations to get you forward, where, and it's again, it's accepting and realizing that all of those sides of you are you. And so you're just learning how to put on which hat for which job, right? Many hats, many roles, jack of all trades, master of none, right? That's beautiful energy, jack of all trades. All right. This is the first round complete. So I am going to poll the audience, Miyoshi, audience of one. What do you think I should do, girl? Should I keep going or should I just like end it here and then like upload the next four like tomorrow or something? Should I be asking somebody else or should I be asking for my like own internal guidance? Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little bathroom break and then I'm gonna be back. So this is a snack break for y'all. I mean, like y'all can take a snack break and pause whenever, but I'm gonna insert this little intermission because I gotta go to the bathroom. All right, I'm back. As a human, I hate going to the bathroom, if I'm being completely honest. Hold up. Uh, do I got two popped out chats right now? Maybe I left one of these popped out chats from the last live, and when I started a new live, it automatically switched over. That's interesting. I didn't know it did that. Okay. Um, the Two of Swords is at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, as a person, I hate going to the bathroom, but I do appreciate the kind of sort of clarity I often find in the restroom. Um, I just forgot that I didn't incorporate any of the dice, right? So one of the major themes is the Sage of Essences. And the Sage of Essences is the person who has become proficient in the arts, or more than proficient, but I don't want to say a master either, who has gained great proficiency in the art of finding their own true self, right? And it's not their true self in the sense of like their soul, because it's their essence, and the soul and the essence kind of sort of play out in different ways. Because I feel like to really truly understand the essence of something, you have to break it apart and then reassemble it and see when it resembles that thing. You know what I mean? So yeah. And maybe that's the difference between the essence and the soul. It's because like the essence is like, I feel like to get to the essence of something, there's this energy of like assembling its many pieces and then seeing when you get something that more accurately represents and reflects the self. But the soul is the unbreakable spark, right? Like you can't break and reassemble someone's soul, but you can sort of like break and reassemble, or break apart, dissect and reassemble the different aspects. Anyway, that's the energy that's kind of sort of, I guess, running background. So now we're going to continue. First card out in the second round is the Nine of Pentacles, the Eminence. Oh, Nine of Pentacles into the Two of Pentacles. This is going to be an earth heavy focus. The first court card out is the Nine of Cups, Shining Dew. First ace is the Ace of Swords. Oh, Apocalypse, first major. That is fire energy. Then the first queen out is the Golden Shield, Queen of Wands. Oof, okay. Four of Wands, Queen of Wands, Four of Wands. Look at that. All right. I guess I am going to show like all these cards on that. There's the Eight of Cups. So, hey, Eight of Cups is sitting under the Nine of Pentacles. The Ten of Cups came out after the Eight of Cups. Love that. Emperor, Aries is first in the second round. There we go. Oh, wow. Okay, Aries. I feel like this energy may like, oh, well. Oh, that's disappointing. That's fine. Man, Aries got my hopes up too. Aries really did. Aries really got my hopes up. Girl, this better not be the only major in this round. I mean, I guess if it is, this is going to be a real quick round, but that's going to mean that we have a bunch. New World Order, Saturn, fixed energy is the third major. Oh my gosh. So the next round is going to be like all majors then. Yeah, because I'm almost done. And the only person on the board right now is Aries. Of course it would be Aries. Why wouldn't it be Aries? Wheel of Fortune, Jupiter. Why wouldn't Aries have its own spread? I've only done four. This is five. So you telling me within these cards, I have seven majors, or seven of the last zodiac. Aries is the only one on the board right now. How did Aries manage to do that? Aries was like, well, since the quarantine and the lockdown season happened in my season, you best believe I'm taking this opportunity to be brought, front and center stage. And Aries season came early this year. Aries season started on the 19th because that's when the sun slid into Aries. It's the earliest spring equinox in like 124 years, I believe is what I saw. So it's like Aries rushed in for the party and then everything got shut down. And so Aries energy is probably upset, right? Because I feel like Aries is the party. So let's see. 143. I didn't even, yeah, so I guess I'm going to just go. I guess I'm just go for it. If you need to step out, no offense. If you fall asleep, no offense. This is going to be a long video. I get it. But at the same time, it'll be timestamped afterwards. So you can just watch what's relevant to you, right? Let me open up my app again. Because I was like, wait, what am I doing? Wow. So Aries, Taurus, and Gemini is the first quaternary done. And this will be 143. I'll say 143.40. Excuse me. 143.40. Aries, not 49.40. So Aries is in an interesting space. Oh, okay. um, so anyway, Aries, sitting behind the wind at Aries' back is the joyous one, this Ten of Cups. And let me see if I can pull it up. I don't know if I showed it, but the Emperor, I did, I showed it. The Emperor is going down. The Emperor is going down. Oh, wow. Well, if I look at this, if I assume Aries as the corresponding card to the Emperor, is this reflection of masculine energy overall, I feel like masculine energy, toxic masculine energy, is going to be moving from this space where it was reigning supreme and it's going to be feeling confined. And I feel like a lot of the structures that it established were self-serving and were to gatekeep power, to keep itself in power. And there were all of these sort of barriers, roadblocks, and boundaries that it erected to make sure that its authority would go unquestioned, right? And so, especially with the Emperor card looking back on these 10 cups, so to the left is the joyous one, Ten of Chalices. To the right is the captor, Eight of Swords. Or west, to the west, to the east. To the north is the Shining Dew, Knight of Chalices. And to the south is the Scarlet Shield. Yes, is the Scarlet Shield, Queen of Swords, right? And so that's why I say, like, it's looking back on the past, like, man, I remember when I ran things around here. That would be like masculine energy, toxic masculine energy in general. I feel like it's about to get checked and it ain't liking it. But I feel like it also served its purpose as far as like propelling us into this more heart-centered space. But so the wind behind Aries' back is this joyous one, Ten of Chalices. I feel like there's a lot of, or at least there's the desire to pursue true fulfillment. And I say true fulfillment because as individuals, we can get 9 cups all by ourselves. But when it comes to 10, like the 10th one has to be gifted or the 10th one has to come in collaboration with something else. And that's why I'm saying, like, there's this pursuit of deep fulfillment that Aries is sort of feeling called to do, right? Feeling this call of deep fulfillment and deep satisfaction. Because I feel like there's almost this energy of like Aries, it's kind of sort of, it's done everything that it wanted to do. It's crossed everything off of its bucket list. And now it's not that it's necessarily looking to settle down, but it's looking to begin that process. It's looking to begin at creating things that will serve it further out in the future. It's almost like Aries is being dragged into this fixed space, and it makes sense because on the wheel we move from Aries to Taurus, right? And so I feel like Aries is going to be sort of looking at all of these different things that is going to give it the comfort that it wants later down the line. Aries is getting a little bit of foresight. And it makes sense because, you know, the Nine of Pentacles was the first sort of preceding card out. Just like in the last round, the Sun card was the first preceding card out. And so I feel like that with that, it came a lot of like self, right? With Taurus, it was kind of sort of like the knowledge of one's own pitfalls and the complacency. With Capricorn, it was like, you know, not only building that long-term plan, but also being at the forefront of it and not just like drawing up the blueprints and then handing it to someone else to make. It's like, no, Capricorn, like this plan is for you and for you to be front and center. For Sagittarius and for Gemini, it was sort of like balancing the different elements of self and recreating that structure. And it's like reharmonizing. If I had to sum up Gemini and Sagittarius, it's about reharmonizing. It's because like when the frequency changed, the harmonics changed. And so when you change the frequency but running the same harmonic scale, it doesn't match. So you need to find the new harmonic scale for the new frequency to get everything flowing nice and pretty. But Aries, I mean, this is all about Aries sort of like standing on itself, on its own, but also like kind of sort of like building towards something more. The ground beneath their feet is the Scarlet Shield. And the Scarlet Shield is the energy of justice, right? It's the energy of Libra. Typically, queens are cardinal, and this is cardinal air. And so I'm going to say that this is also giving me kind of sort of Gemini vibes and Sagittarius vibes. Maybe it's just masculine energy in general is kind of sort of being called to, it's being challenged in a way that it hasn't been challenged in a long time. And especially overall, right? A lot of the systems, institutions, and organizations with this pandemic, they're being called outside of the box that they've so carefully crafted and constructed to keep things the way that they like it. And so I feel like a lot of masculine energies are also sort of feeling that on a personal level as well. And I feel like with this Scarlet Shield, Queen of Swords, being the ground that Aries is standing on, I feel like Aries energy is so cardinal that it doesn't necessarily. Well, maybe it's been working towards this space all along. And so maybe for some Aries or some of this Aries energy, it's like recognizing that this is what's been going on. Building and establishing towards something further. And I only say that because, again, my friend M, shout out to M Valentine, author of Esme the Curious Cat, and also Aaron Spencer, illustrator of Esme the Curious Cat. But she's been in this space for a while, where she has been honing all of her fire, and she's been doing all of these. She's been doing like so many different things for one purpose. And she's discovered and expanding on this grand vision that all of these different ways that she's moving, all of these different things are all propelling her in that direction. And that's what I'm feeling with the Scarlet Shield, Queen of Swords. But then with the Captor, Eight of Swords being sort of the challenge on the horizon, that's why I'm like, this may be a challenge, because I feel like Aries may feel like stuck or imprisoned. But it's to find sort of this single idea that can serve as the foundation for everything that you do moving forward, right? And so Aries, I feel like Aries energy typically is so quick that it doesn't necessarily come up with or think of these grander visions, right? Because that's more of a Capricorn thing, to think of something that like is going to take longer to come to fruition. I feel like Aries is really good at like, I want this, gonna work for that, want this, gonna work for that, and just like roboting its way along the path, because I feel like Aries energy is really good at coming up with smaller goals that are accomplishable within a certain time frame. But it's asking you with this Queen of Swords, like, no, and maybe you've already kind of sort of gotten this idea, but to get the fulfillment that you're seeking, to get the fulfillment, it's almost like your soul or the divine on some way is implanting this feeling within you of wanting deeper fulfillment to get you to accept this space that you're being called into. Because I feel like if you didn't want this fulfillment as much as you may be wanting this, you wouldn't have the ability to put the work into this that it's going to require. Because I feel like, and Aries is like the baby of the zodiac. And so with that sort of fire and with that youth comes the detriment to the attention span. And so I feel like it's all about creating these mini milestones that get you to where you want to go ultimately at the end of the day. And that's honestly what all of this is about. I don't think I necessarily have to read every single individual space. I feel like Aries is in this space of wanting deep fulfillment, of wanting something that is going to last, right? And the ground that you're standing on is like, okay, come up with one idea, but dream big enough that it takes you time to accomplish it. And then also at the same time, be able to create these mini milestones that can keep your fire burning, because Aries fire isn't a fire that's meant to last. Like Leo fixed fire, that's the Vestal Virgins, that's the flame, the sacred flame that the Romans kept burning, in honor to Vesta. But it's like Aries fire is like the forest fire that comes in and it clears out all the underbrush and all the overgrowth, and then it burns out, or it's supposed to burn out within a fairly short amount of time to allow nature to then come in and to grow more, right? That's the purification of Aries. But you're being asked to kind of sort of stretch this. And so to keep you from feeling sort of stuck and imprisoned in a situation that you don't want to be stuck in, at the same time you're creating multiple milestones, also maybe think of the different approaches. And so it's like you can approach it from this angle and this angle and that angle and this angle, and it's all like all roads are leading to the same kingdom, right? And it's like all roads are leading to those other 9 chalices up there. Or it's like, honestly, all of those 9 chalices are meeting at this last chalice, because you can do these 9, but this 10th, you have to sort of like be granted, gifted, or you have to find it. And that's what I have for Aries. Also, I feel like the sort of like the sky that you're reaching, the star that you're reaching for with this fulfillment, I feel like it's mirrored in that Knight of Cups, honestly, with the Shining Dew. I feel like it's mirrored because that's like it's what's pushing you forward, and it's also what you really want right now. If you're wanting something deeper and more enriching, Aries, then I think that was for you. If not, maybe you will soon be finding yourself in a space that's like, man, like I don't know, I'm tired of like doing all of this stuff and not really um, having it grounded, or not having it pay off in the long run. You may be coming into a space where you're wondering how you can better use your skills to give something that will pay higher dividends in the end. First card out this time is the Journeyman, 8 of Pentacles. So we go from the 9 of Pentacles leading to the 8 of Pentacles. Libra, first major out with the Chancellor. Okay, so Taurus and Libra are both leading the pack. I guess Venus is the highlight right now as the planet that's about to go into retrograde. And since the sun is also in Taurus, that's another shout out to Venus. The Keeper, yeah, they're all air energy. The Keeper made an appearance this time. Man, this is going to be so major heavy. Oof. Aquarius. This time, really Aquarius with the Healer card. So air is the first completed element. Excuse me. First we saw Gemini. Now we see Libra and Aquarius. Libra and Aquarius are the first 2. The Empress, Venus, coming out under this Journeyman. Next to a Messenger. Ooh, girl, how am I going to do that? I don't know how I'm going to do that. I'll figure it out. Pisces with the Moon, with the Necromancer coming out. Man, I'm excited to. Ooh, and then oh my gosh, it's a good time to be a Pisces. What you say? All right, Miyoshi. No problem. Thanks for stopping in. This was kind of fun. Pisces got the Initiate, so Pisces is gonna have the Initiate and the Keeper. Oh my gosh, it's a good time to be a Pisces. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. And I feel like Aquarius is also doing some kind of movement. Shout out to the end of the Zodiac. Oh, I didn't say who the first. So the first court card out was the Knight of Swords, the Shining Zephyrs. The first messenger, because we just got our first messengers. The first queen actually is the Ebony Shield, Queen of Swords. 311, 55%. As I said, good time to be a Pisces and the Initiate. See, I'm telling you. Pisces, maybe it's because we're coming out of the age of Pisces, but you know, people be sleeping on the fish. Let me stop. All right. See you later. Thanks again for stopping in. It was fun. Oh, whew, I was scared. The Corruptor just came out. I was like, oh, not under Pisces. So the ground that Pisces is standing on. Okay, all right. I can work with that. I can do that. Honestly, actually, yeah, I can do that. Oh my gosh, this is going to be so hot for Pisces. Oh, and then the Seven of Orbs and the Seven of Scepters, the Gardener and the Dark Horse just came out. Actually, and then the King, of course, the King of Swords, the Archangel Commander came out. I've been seeing the King of Swords so much. Maybe I need to check out Aquarius. My Saturn is in Aquarius, so I'm going to be hitting the Saturn return soon. And maybe that's why the King of Swords keeps popping out. We actually have 777 on the table. So I'll read you the whole last line. I guess I'll pull them up too, because why not? And then I'll put them back down. I didn't take a picture of any of these. I may take a picture of the Pisces one because it just came to mind, not because I'm biased. Also, I can be biased because it's my channel. So the first card in the last row. So these are 3 rows of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards. So I could be doing Roman spells. So we have the 3 of Cups Kindred coming out under the Empress. And then the 6 of Cups Memory Keeper is coming out under the Stronghold of the Flame, Page of Swords, Messenger from the Realm of Fire. And then the Queen of Cups Ivory Shield came out under the Stronghold of the Veil. So we had the Page of Wands and the Page of Pentacles both came out next to each other. And then we have the 7 of Cups. So Queen of Cups and then the 7 of Cups, 7 of Chalices, the Corruptor, and then the 7 of Orbs, the Gardener, and then the 7 of Scepters, the Dark Horse. So we got 777 that came out, and it is in order: Chalices, Orbs, and then Scepters. And so the Gardener is coming out under the Necromancer, and the Dark Horse is coming out under the Initiate, and then there's Archangel Commander, King of Swords. So in between the Queen of Cups and the King of Swords is the 777. All right, I'm gonna take a picture of this to use as a thumbnail. Maybe I'll put some text over it. I don't know. Be a little fancy. Put some text on the thumbnail today. Why not? Step it up. Oh wow, this is gonna be more difficult now. Oh, and there's the shadow right there. I don't like the shadow. Give me, ooh. See, I ain't trying to do all this extra stuff. There we go. Got rid of the shadow. All right. I just got this new screen protector, and it has a privacy screen on it, so I'm not gonna be able to do that as easily. All right. So let me grab this so I can get these timestamps. First up is Libra. Again, Venus leading the charge. The Chancellor, I'm going to say this starts at 202.15. I want to say 202.20, but we ain't going to do that. Oh, well, 202.22. So, sitting at, so to the west of the Chancellor is the 8 of Orbs Journeyman. To the south, and I'm going to pull one of these randomly from the deck. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I don't like that. To the south is the Stronghold of the Flame, Page of Scepters. To the south. To the east is the Shining Zephyrs, which is the Knight of Swords. And then to the north is the Memory Keeper, 6 of Chalices. The Queen of Cups in reverse was the card I pulled on top of this. I'm going to show you. This isn't the Messenger, but this is one I can pull up easily. So the Messengers in this deck, the pages come with letters. And so instead of pulling a card from this deck, because I'm not going to change the way it's shuffled, I pulled from this deck. And now the Hierophant is at the bottom of the deck. So that's Taurian energy, which is the feminine side of Venus. So like the mirror of Libra in a way. Excuse me. But the Queen of Swords came out in reverse. So the one that the Libra's back is the 8 of Pentacles Journeyman. That's the card of hard work, dedication, and determination. It's the card of achieving and attaining mastery. In this case, it's almost a sort of like spiritual mastery. because he's at peace. I'm going to say this is a certain amount of effort to, and it makes sense that this is Libran energy because it's Venus, right? It's all about attracting into your reality what you want, because that's what Venus does. Venus is an attractor. Um, and with this being sort of like, especially with the Knight of Swords, Shining Zephyrs being the challenge coming in, or the challenge on the horizon, I feel like Libran energy has gotten really good at sort of getting what they want, I'll say, with this journeyman. Like, really, really good at getting what they want. And that could be through manifestation, that could be through connections. It kind of sort of doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? It's all manifestation. And that's sort of like, there's a resourcefulness here. Oh, maybe that's Libra is resourceful. That's the masculine side of Venus, is being resourceful. The feminine side of Venus is being the one that everyone wants to give everything to, and that's the comfort, right? Maybe that's why I have this one Libra friend and we butt heads all the time. I think it's because he has Libra strong in his chart and I have Taurus strong in mine. And so we have this clash of like the feminine and the masculine side of Venus. And so I feel like he is able to like tap into that resourcefulness and really get what he wants. Whereas I feel like I'm more of like an attractor of what I want, but he's like a getter of what he wants. But since we both have this Venusian energy, it's like what we can get from other people, we don't necessarily get from each other, right? Because I feel like he's used to getting his way in a lot of situations. And the Venus in me is like, not from me, you're not. And I'm used to like, with the feminines, when it comes to me, because my moon is in Taurus, so it's all about the emotional sort of feeling behind it. It's like, if I can't get what I want or need from you emotionally, then I just leave, right? Like, you're not worth my time. And so, like, I think we kind of sort of clash in some ways. Like, when we both want the same thing, it's beautiful and it's gorgeous. But when he wants to do something that I don't want to do, that's like, we don't run into issues. But I mean, like, I'm a Taurus. And do you know a Taurus that does anything that they don't want to do willingly? Like, no. But the Libra in him is going to make sure that I do it. And then that's when I get upset because I'm like, I didn't want to do this. Why are we doing this? Anyway. So there's a certain ability that I feel like with this journeyman, because the journeyman is at like peace. This is the only Eight of Pentacles energy that I've seen that ain't necessarily hard at work. And that's why I said it's more of a spiritual mastery, because like they're meditating sort of in this forest. And because they can be at this peace, they can attract and manifest everything that they want, which is why I'm saying like it's really good for this Libran energy, because that's the energy of Venus is like bringing it in. Right. And then the oncoming challenge on the horizon, like maybe they're going to have to fight a little bit. Maybe when Venus goes retrograde, things won't be as easy for them to just like get, because their ruling planet is going to be taking a step back. And I feel like I'm feeling that step back from Venus is like maybe some of the things that came to us a little bit more easily, we're going to have to fight a little bit more for them. It's almost like Venus is going to be getting extremely picky. And so she's not going to be accepting a lot of the things that we've been bringing her. And so it's like maybe they're going to have to be, or maybe they're going to be a little bit easier or harder to satisfy, a little bit more easily dissatisfied, maybe a little bit more critical of the things that they're kind of sort of like, that's coming into their lives. Maybe they're going to be thinking about what they actually want because, and as, I don't know, I mean, Uranus is in Taurus right now. So it kind of sort of makes sense that what we sort of like build our empire on, the material, our sense of materialisticness, materiality, is that a word? Is being kind of sort of transformed and called into question. And so maybe they're going to be looking and seeing like if the things that they've been manifesting are actually the things that they want. Because I came into that space where it's like I manifested this and I manifested that and I manifested this and it's all coming in. And my old response was to just take it because that's what I manifested. But now I'm like, is this something that I actually want, though? And honestly, the answer was no. And now, because I was able to give that a no, this isn't something that I want. And so I'm not just going to take this. I don't know why I'm moving this over. I couldn't see the X button for this tab. And although I'm not going to close this tab, it just bothered me that I couldn't close it if I wanted to, I guess. So maybe they came into something that with that Knight of Swords, maybe they're going to have to cut something out that they've are putting an end to something that they've kind of sort of been working at for a minute. And I've looked at that so many times. I don't know why it just bothered me that I didn't have the X there. And now I'm actually going to move this a little bit more so I can see the button to open a new tab, right? There we go. So now I can see the X if I want to close this tab, and I can see the plus if I want to open a new one. And with this messenger being the Queen of Cups in reverse and the Messenger of Flames, like when it comes to our desires and the things that we want, when it comes maybe to like our soul, I feel like maybe with this Queen of Cups in reverse, it's kind of sort of like we've been really complacent in some areas. And it's like we've been in a situation so long that we may not want to feel it as permanent. Maybe Libra is in a situation that was very comfortable, but it's like they're reaching the point where it's like some of those comforts may be gone. And now that Libra is kind of sort of like, I don't know if I want this anymore. Or if I do want this, it's like I want it for that. I don't necessarily want it for what I wanted it for. Like if you attracted a job, it's like maybe that job you could work part-time, but you don't want to work that full-time anymore because it's, you know what I mean? It's like I want to put this on the side just in case if I want to open up a new tab, right? And in this program, if I want to keep Chrome up, I have to open a new tab before I close this tab, because if I close this tab, it'll close the whole program. And then the star that Libra is reaching for is that Six of Cups, is that memory keeper. There's a really like nostalgic energy here. And then there's this Shining Zephyrs, Knight of Swords, in the space of the challenge coming up. The Shining Zephyrs, and with that universal Mercury, the Shining Zephyrs comes from an energetic plane that is a lot less dense, comes from the unformed lands. And the unformed lands is the realm that it's the in-between thought and thing realm, right? Specifically. And I feel like, I don't want to say lazy, but I feel like it's really convenient to think of the realm of thought as the unformed lands in total. Like as soon as you think it, boom, it's on the realm of thought. But it's like there's this handoff in between the Shining Zephyrs, Knight of Swords, and the Shining Quarry, Knight of Pentacles, where together they have this sort of like liminal boundary bardo, right? The bardo is the archetype card, I think. But they have this like liminal boundary territory between the two, where the Knight of Swords hands it off to the Knight of Pentacles, right? And so that's the space where it's closer and closer and closer and closer to becoming an experience, to becoming a thing that you've manifested. But it's still on the side of something that does not yet exist. And so also universal Mercury, since it still exists on that side, since it isn't yet concrete, there's this ability for it to still be changed and challenged, because universal Mercury is kind of sort of like taking a step back and seeing everything for what it is. And so I feel like there's almost this like Libran energy before this retrograde, especially. Is this for May? Are these for May? I don't know. Maybe I'll say they're for May. These are timeless. I didn't specify a time. I mean, it's always timeless if you think about it, depending on when it resonates for you, right? Or maybe this is like when Venus retrogrades. Because that's, at least for Libra, that's how I'm feeling it. It's like you've gotten really good at being resourceful and getting your way and getting this and getting that. But that's the same energy as like Aries. And it's another cardinal sign. So maybe this is what the cardinal signs are sort of coming up to. And I kind of sort of felt it for Capricorn, but for Capricorn, it was different. But it's just like having a grander sight. I feel like it's almost like Libra got so many things so easily that it's almost like bored and it's almost looking for a challenge, I guess, is one way to put it. Because when everything came so easily, and it's interesting that I brought up my relationship with my friend, because like our relationship has not been easy. Like we mesh really well and we flow pretty well together. Like I'm a Pisces, he's a Libra. We in conjunct, and conjunct is 5 signs. Sometimes it can play out as a trine where it's easy. Sometimes it can play out as a square where it's hard. It's sort of that in between. And we trine and we gel real easy, but we also square a lot. And honestly, I kind of sort of like with Libra energy in general, Libra energy just like rubs me that way. Anyone who has a lot of Libra energy in their chart, I've typically found that sort of like relationship. But through my friendship with him, I've been able to appreciate it a lot for what it is. And since I can understand it for what it is or what it can be, sometimes I can more easily navigate those sort of differences when they come up, right? And so sometimes, like with him, I got to call him out because, like, so I went on my retreat and then it was time for me to leave. Libra, cardinal air. So I ain't going to say they're going to say whatever they want to get you. But he was like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And you ain't got to worry about this. Right. Because we wanted to spend time together and he had the free time and he wanted me to come hang out. So he told me what I wanted to hear, or what he thought I wanted to hear, to agree to it, right? Because I'm Taurus, I'm stubborn, I'm fixed. I also got Venus. If the conditions aren't right for me, I'm not going there. And he knows that about me. So he told me that the conditions would be favorable and amenable to me. So I agreed to go. And then when it was time for me to leave, that's when all of a sudden, oh yeah, no, like I can't do this, I can't do that, change of plans, and now you're gonna have to do this. And I was like, wait, I wouldn't have came here if I would have known that it was going to end up like this. And he knew that because we know each other. For some reason, I thought he had changed. I forgot that he do that sometimes. And he does it all the time. And so I decided to play a little Libra trick on him when it was time for me to go. Because he's very like self-focused. And maybe it's the Pisces in my chart. Maybe it's the practicality in my chart with that Taurus, where like I know that if I want someone else to do something, it also has to be amenable for them, right? He's very much like, how can you be better for me? And I'm like, how can we make this better so it's comfortable for both of us? Because I know that in order for some people to go, it has to be mutually beneficial. So I made a situation more mutually beneficial for me, for him, and for every party involved in that situation. But since that mutual beneficiality came at more of a detriment to him than he would like, he had some problems with it because he wants to be completely comfortable and doing what he wants, right? That's the masculine sort of, I don't want to say that's the masculine side of Libra, but like when we're talking about the energy of Venus and how me an embodiment of more of that feminine side of Venus and him as more of an embodiment of the male side of Venus, like that's where we kind of sort of clash sometimes. But then he was like, we didn't agree to this and you're just changing the plans. I said, what I did to you is no different than what you do to me and what you do to everybody else. And he's like, no, because like we agree. I said, like, dude, like we didn't agree to that. You agreed that it's what you wanted, and because it's what you wanted, it's what we did, since you were the person that had more of a power of sort of like position and authority in the situation. Just because of how you set it up. You set yourself up to sort of have this authority and this power. And then when you made the decision, everyone else had to comply. And I was like, here's a little bit of your own medicine. This is what it feels like, right? When you make a decision and then you decide that everyone else is going to comply with it. But at least when I do that, I'm not putting you out. I'm not doing this to you. It's still amenable and comfortable for both of us. And then he's like, oh, well, like you do it to me. You do it to me. Like whenever I do it, I compensate for it. Whenever he does it, you're just out of luck. And that can be like maybe, but I feel like the reason why I'm talking about that is because I feel like with that level of compromise and with that little bit of difficulty or that little bit of friction, since it's not so easily and so effortlessly manifested, I feel like that's what's kind of sort of putting this Queen of Cups in reverse down there. I feel like when maybe because Venus is going retrograde and Mars isn't, it's like feminine energy is going to be stepping back, so masculine energy can catch up, can catch up, and so it's kind of sort of wanting a little bit of a challenge. Maybe it's kind of sort of wanting to do a little bit more, and with this sort of like Six of Cups being sort of the star that we're reaching for, I just think it's sort of like thinking back to a time, because I feel like there's this like underlying, like I said, dissatisfaction that Venus is going to be feeling because things have come so easily. It's going to be wanting a little bit of challenge. It's going to be wanting something that doesn't come as easily. It's going to be wanting to have to put in a little bit of effort. It's like, it's like when you're sitting on the couch and you have everything that you want within arm's reach, then it's like you eventually your body is going to start wanting to like get up to get something. And so that's kind of sort of what I'm feeling in the background for this. And I feel like it may be sort of like going back to a time where it wasn't as like, because like the Six of Cups represents childhood. And in childhood, depending on your experience growing up, I should clarify this by saying, but in childhood, you don't really have the ability to get anything for yourself. And so, depending on your experiences, there's this element of desire. Like, Venus wants to want something and have to wait for it. Venus is getting tired of instant gratification. It's seeking delayed gratification. It wants to think about something. It wants for the buffer to expand between thinking about something and desiring something and wanting something and getting it. It's wanting more space. I'm going to unplug this because this is getting a little hot. So, oh, wow. Which one is it, though? It's this one, I believe. Yeah, it is this one. I can tell. I don't know why. I was like, oh, which one is it? Um, yeah. Venus is kind of sort of over instant gratification. Venus is like, it's like how we're all in lockdown right now, or a lot of us are in lockdown. And so for the people who were working, who now aren't working, it's like a little bit of this vacation was nice. I've already done everything I wanted to do around the house. I've already read all the books that like I wanted to read. It's like I'm ready to go back to work now. Like I'm ready to go back to work now. And not just because I want to make money or not just because I need money, but it's like I want something to do. Like I'm tired of just like having too much free time. And I feel like in the same breath, it's like Venus is tired of instant gratification. It's tired of getting something and everything so easily. It's wanting to work. And that's why this Queen of Cups is in reverse, because I feel like the Queen of Cups is another, like, it's a very intuitive energy. It's very open. It's very feeling. It just like knows. Like, I feel like Libra wants to be cardinal again. like wants something new, wants to come into that cardinal energy of creating and carving a new space. That's interesting. Okay, I feel like I spent a real long time on Libra. Next is Aquarius. And Aquarius is going to be starting at 2:24:35 is what I'm going to put on here. Aquarius at 2:24:35. 2:24:35. Excuse me. Oh, that's an 11 between 24 and 35. It's actually like 2:24:40, but you can watch a few seconds if you click to Aquarius. I'm okay with that. So in the past, and we're going to pull another messenger. So the challenge or the wind behind Aquarius's back is, and Aquarius has this sort of like linkage with Libra, air signs, cardinal and fixed, is the stronghold of the Grail, which is the Page of Cups energy. And I'm going to pull this card right here. The Three of Pentacles in reverse. Why is everything in reverse? And I'm shuffling these now because they're in my hand and I got to do something. So the wind at Aquarius's back, and then this Page of Pentacles just flipped out upright as I was doing this. And I'm going to take both of these. Is the stronghold of the Grail, Page of Cups. And that's what's sort of pushing this Aquarian energy forward from the past, propelling it into the future. And so it's like the stronghold of the Grail. Oh, so is Aquarius like intuitive? Aquarius, do y'all be knowing stuff low key? Or did y'all like I don't want to say for the first time. And the discerning one is the ground that you're standing on. And then the Archangel Commander, King of Swords, which is Aquarian energy, is in the sky above you. Saturn and Mars are both in Aquarius right now, and they're both the malefics, right? Uranus rules Aquarius, and Uranus is in Taurus, and it doesn't like to be in Taurus because it's slow, and Uranus is all about changing stuff up. Saturn is in Aquarius. Those are two of Aquarius's rulers again. I don't know why I'm trying to dig into the astrology behind like what's happening with Aquarius right now, but Aquarius rules astrology, so I don't know. I'm feeling like Aquarius got some kind of vision, some kind of premonition, some kind of intuition of a situation. It's like it's not some kind of insight in the past of what's coming in the future. Maybe I just got on Robinhood not too long ago. And Robinhood is like, a stock app. And my Libran friend, because I know he's a Libra, not because he's a Libra, but I know like he told me that he got into stocks. And it's interesting that he came to me, or he comes to me sometimes for like stock advice. A lot of people come to me for a lot of things. And I guess I do, like my Saturn is in Aquarius. And I have Capricorn on my midheaven, and then Aquarius cusping my 11th house. So like, and my Saturn in Aquarius trines my Jupiter in Libra. I don't know why I'm running through my chart. I have strong, like, even though like I'm not in Aquarius, sun, moon, or rising, the energy of Saturn and Aquarius is strong in my chart. And like people come to me for a lot of things. And kind of like Miyoshi said earlier, it was like, wow, like, this, and like business insight too now. Like, wow. Because I just like, I don't know, I just kind of sort of end up in a lot of different things. And people kind of sort of like pick that up about me, and so people come to me for all kinds of things, and sometimes I don't even know what's going on, but you know, I'm resourceful enough to find out. um, why am I talking about this? Yeah, because Robin Hood stocks with the three, and this is giving me a very like stock markety type vibe. So Aquarius, if y'all have stocks or if y'all have a little bit of extra money right now and you want to get into the market, maybe it's been on your mind, but there's this just like stock market energy here because this messenger, the stronghold of the Grail, being the messenger of the cups, could bring an intuitive sort of message from the spirit world. Also, it could be like ancestors. Maybe your ancestors are also popping for you right now, or you need to communicate with your ancestors, or you're like into the ancestral sort of realm and playing and like all of that stuff. Because this could also be ancestors. This also aligns very, very, very nicely with ancestors. So maybe check them out, Aquarius. Um, what was that? That was interesting. Um, on the right side, what is that? Maybe check out your paternal ancestors. Because when I said ancestors, like this, it was like a pain, just like pulse, like right here on the right side. And I feel the right side as like masculine. So that may be like your paternal ancestry. You may want to check that out right now, potentially. That might be for you. Even though this did come out on the left side, but that's where I felt it. So, but it gives me stock market vibes because it's like, I can't remember. Was it Daddy's Girl or something like that? That one Eddie Murphy movie when he was like a business trader or whatever, and his daughter in her imagination came up with all of these different things, and like he would be able to tell what was sort of gonna go on, right? Because with this Three of Pentacles in reverse and this Page of Pentacles upright, this is giving me like there's a company that just like split or it just divided and now like or another company that's about to merge with this Page of Pentacles, or maybe it's gonna split and then like it's gonna take off on its own, or like there's a company that's gonna like hand off a piece of its whatever to somebody else for them to build up, maybe some up and coming whatever. If this man, I wish I knew more about business. I would get on my own Robin Hood and be like, oh, what company is that? Maybe I can piece this together and make me some money. But like, because I was gonna say like there's this insider trading type of vibe, and I ain't trying to call nobody out. So Aquarius, but it's just like a feeling. It's like more intuition than like whatever. And with these two coming out, and with the Eight of Pentacles sitting sort of as the rising challenge, kind of sort of as the future, if we take this as like past and future, or maybe it could also be ancestors, right? But if someone is watching stocks, or maybe if you get word that some company is about to split, and so maybe you want to pull your stock before they split, or maybe they're going to be like giving another company access to do whatever, and so the stock in that company is about to skyrocket. I don't know. I just got stock market vibes, and then I'm looking at the Three of Pentacles in reverse and the Page of Pentacles upright is like some partnership conglomerate is about to go down or it's about to split, and then something else, excuse me, with this Page of Pentacles is about to rise. I ain't giving nobody, this is not official legal like business advice. And if you ain't into the stock market and you hear this, I'm not saying to go and like see what that is, but I mean, maybe I am, I don't know. Also could be paternal ancestry or maternal, right? Either one. That's a lot. I don't know what that is, right? To have a page sort of at your back. I mean, I feel like with the messenger of the Grail, that's going to be something that only you sort of know for you. And I can pull cards around. It's like related to the suit of Earth. So it could be family, it could be health. If this is a health concern, I would say take health concerns very seriously right now. And also maybe like get your prayers up and like, yeah, just take your health seriously right now at the same time. If you've been just like intuitively like, because I feel like the body has its own sort of like intuitive network built in, and it has its ways of letting us know what's up with it. So if your body, like, listen to your body at this time. If your body is talking to you, take it seriously. I'm not saying like if you get a cough, then self-diagnose and go to extremes, but at the same time, don't take things too lightly. Um, I don't know if this is like complications with the pregnancy. Why am I trying to get all the way into this? I feel like there's this energy like with the discerning one, it's always take it with a grain of salt. I feel like the discerning one is telling you to be careful to like really see if it fits your situation, because if it doesn't fit your situation, it ain't for you. With the discerning one, two of wands, like the discerning one and the two of wands is telling me like make sure whatever is for you before you take it. But the archangel commander is also like there's a certain amount of vigilance there, so it's like, take it seriously. The oncoming challenge is the journeyman. Aquarius is very fixed energy, but I feel like you're going to be asked to be fixed in a more practical way, right? And so you may be called sort of outside of the way that you typically think about and handle things, but it's just like I feel like you're not going to have to completely compromise your position on something, but you're going to be asked to do it and to approach it in a different way, to make it a little bit more practical, to take the thought a little bit further and to actually make it make sense. Because I feel like Aquarius can run the risk of like something logically making sense, but practically, like, that's just not the way things work. It's almost like common sense isn't common, and so you have to take your sense and then maybe I feel like if you're an Aquarius, you're gonna feel this way probably, but it's like taking your sense and diluting it to make it more common sense, because common sense ain't common. So it's like the sense of the common man as opposed to what is actually common sense. You know what I mean? Um, And speaking of common sense, maybe you're going to be looking at hedge funds. I don't know much about hedge funds, but I know that hedge funds are one way to invest money. And that I think that's giving your money to other people, or like letting other people tell you what to invest your money in. Also, peanuts, you may want to start small. If you're just now getting into investment, right? There's like, so I just got Robinhood, but I only put $50 on it. Like, I'm not going to go extremely hardcore, right? But that's enough that it can turn into something else, right? Depending on how the market works out, that $50 can turn into millions if I invested in the right places, right? So start with peanuts, work your way up. Maybe don't go big, right? I feel like Aquarius can be very like big thinkers, but there's an element of practicality that you're being asked to have. So maybe don't go extremely big right now. But also, I feel like Aquarius can think far enough ahead that you may actually be pretty good at this at the same time. Aquarius, it may be time for you to go into business or start to invest. Invest. It's time for you to invest. Either invest in your family, invest monetarily, or invest in your health and invest in your body, right? Maybe time to eat like better, give your body a fighting chance. Um, with the discerning one at your feet, I feel like you are fairly, like, I feel like your discernment is pretty much on point a lot of times. Like, whenever you get a feeling about something or whenever you observe a pattern about something, I feel like you're sort of analytical without necessarily being like Virgo over analytical. And I said Virgo because Virgo has been on my mind heavy, because this eight of orbs is Virgo energy. I keep looking at it and thinking Virgo. I don't know why. Capricorn is in reverse. Earth is here. There's a lot of Earth here. Sitting behind that water, the water is bringing forth a lot of Earth. Like, Earth rises from the water. So Maybe pay attention to your intuition and use your discernment like heavy. Aquarius energy again here. I don't know why I'm reading all the energies now. Aries energy here with the discerning one, or fire energy, but specifically Aries. Earth energy here, specifically Virgo, specifically Capricorn in reverse, and just with the page, all of Earth in general. And then with the King of Swords, it's air energy, specifically Aquarius again. It's fixed air. But yeah, Virgo kept just like Virgo, 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 Virgo. But I'm going to say like you don't necessarily want to be like Virgo overly analytical, but you do want to keep that thinking, logic, reasoning mind. But also at the same time, be a little bit more practical. And the practicality may be redistributing and rebalancing the sort of thoughts that you give certain weight to, right? Because with this page of Cups, Stronghold of the Grail, and one of the messages that the Page of Cups brings is this Page of Pentacles. And so when you're redistributing the weight that you give to certain thoughts, I feel like there may be a thought that you're thinking that you're not giving as much credit as you should be right now. Like, because I feel like Aquarius can also be skeptical. I feel like a lot of air signs can be skeptical because that's the energy of air, is thought and logic and reasoning, right? Whereas Earth is like thought and practicality and realistic, right? And especially Aquarius is more futuristic in that logic and reasoning. And that's why I was saying, like, with that foresight granted to Aquarius through the star, through astrology, through Uranus, you may be able to see like certain things that are going to sort of like fall apart or come together or whatever. And then, yeah, I don't know, I want to say capitalize on it or use it as a strength. If you can find the strength in the way you think, Aquarius, it may serve you well. I mean, you get 8 Pentacles upright with the Page of Pentacles upright, 3 of Pentacles in reverse. I just feel like that's a partnership or business partnership that's going to be falling apart. I mean, I feel like if it is a business partnership falling apart, like with the Stronghold of the Grail, like you feel it, you already know. Yeah, the ground that you're standing on, the discerning one, again, I feel like, that's you sort of like, even though this is Aries energy, I feel like there's this ability for you to like really think things through before you fully pursue it. And it's a strength. The star that you're reaching for, being this King of Swords, this Archangel Commander, and then the upcoming challenge being the Journeyman, 8 of Orbs. Again, I'm just feeling it as like, be more practical, right? Common sense isn't common. So instead of using common sense, use the sense of a commoner. And not a commoner as in like, elites and the royals versus the commoners and the plebes. The patricians versus the plebeians or whatever, like not that kind of commoner, but it's like the sense of a common man, like your average ordinary person, right? And yeah, my advice to Aquarius is like, listen to your body for sure. Listen to your intuition. Rebalance. I feel like you're being called to rebalance the way that you give certain thoughts, right? There may be certain thoughts that you get that you just dismiss. And like you dismiss this thought, you dismiss that thought. This is a thought that's going to come with feeling, though. And I feel like I haven't said that. I've been thinking it, but I haven't said it yet. The Archangel or the Stronghold of the Grail is bringing you a feeling as well as a thought. And that's the intuition, that like feeling. And that feeling may be a little bit new for you, a feeling associated with the thought, because I feel like Aquarius can be good at recognizing patterns. But it's like this thought is going to be coming with a feeling, and this thought is going to feel different than other thoughts. This is intuition. Maybe new for Aquarius. Maybe Aquarius is coming into more spiritual gifts, and a heightened intuition is one of them. I don't know your situation like you know your situation, Aquarius. Okay, next is Pisces. I thought I had 4. No, the Empress was there. Next is Pisces, and I'm so excited about Pisces. I'm so excited about Pisces. Ugh, I'm excited. I'm so excited for Pisces. Pisces, you're going to start at 2:44:30. 2:44:30. 2:44:30. Yeah, 2:44:30. So, Pisces, you're called in the past as the ferryman. In the future, you have the initiate. As the goal, you have the keeper. And as the root cause, you have the gardener. So, to the west is the Six of Swords ferryman. To the east is the initiate fool. To the south is the Seven of Orbs gardener. And to the north is the keeper fool. So, Pisces, I feel like y'all's been going through a lot of stuff right now. A lot. Because, like, hold up. So the wind at your back is movement. The Six of Swords is typically depicted as a ship. Usually it's like a rowboat or a paddle boat. Or rowboat, not a paddle boat. Usually it's a rowboat. But since this is the wind behind you, I feel like it's been a rowboat because you've always been rowing against the wind. And so if you have a sailboat and you put the sail up and the wind is blowing opposite the direction you want to go, it's going to push you back, right? And I feel like that's why it's usually a rowboat, because you can't put the sail up when the wind isn't behind you. But I feel like the wind is actually behind you right now, Pisces. And so you can bust the sail out and you can get a lot further a lot quicker because the wind is behind you. You don't have to paddle right now. You can let the wind do the work. And maybe you've done the work to get the wind to blow in a way that you don't have to do as much work, but you can get even further with less effort because you've already put in the hard work, right? The ground that you're standing on is the gardener, the Seven of Orbs. I feel like you've already planted all of the seeds that are about to sprout. And again, it's like you don't have to do as much work right now. All you got to do is like take a step back, ground, align, center, focus, release control, put the sail up, allow yourself to be moved down this river. It's like the course is already charted. It's like with the Six of Swords, you had to navigate these different forks in the road, these different branches. And now it's like you've done enough, you've navigated correctly enough. If this is resonating, you've navigated correctly enough that it's almost like there are no more decisions to make. And it's not that you're not going to be making decisions. I feel like with this, because like look at the Seven of, like she's meditating as well. Like both the 7 and the 8 are both sort of in this similar space, right? Are these the same person? I would say that with the 8 though, it's a little bit more awakened because you see the runes on the face, like awakened, like come online functionality. Like you know how sometimes if you see something, like if there's a pool of water and there's stone and water and there's like this fountain in the middle or this something in the middle, when you sit something on there, it's like all of the water starts, it like lights up and it glows, right? It like activates whatever is there. Like I feel like it's activated here, but here it's sort of like you've already done the work. And you've already planted the seeds. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, with the 7 of Pentacles, I feel like it's like you've already sort of like, and this 7 of Pentacles is sitting under this necromancer, but it's sitting among these other sevens, like 777. And the ground at your feet is the second 7. I don't know why that 777 is relevant, but it is. Fortune. Good fortune. Maybe a change in fortune. And that's also like the Six of Swords. It's a change. It's a transition. 777 on the bottom. Fortune. Maybe coming into an abundance because you are sitting on the Seven of Pentacles, right? This isn't necessarily the Seven of Cups where it's like, you're going to have all of these options and all this emotional fulfillment is about to come in, even though I feel like you're coming off of the energy of that emotional fulfillment because that is in sort of to the left. And then the Seven of Wands, I feel like that's an abundance of like creativity and a burst of inspiration and like millions of different creative ideas that you want. Like you can be coming into the space of increased creativity, but I feel like it's not necessarily that. But it is an abundance sort of coming towards you, an abundance coming maybe with a creative idea, a new creative pursuit, a new creative endeavor, or at the same time, it's an abundance sort of that is also bringing an emotional fulfillment, right? At the same time, I feel like Pisces, like if you've done the work, Pisces, you have done the work, and it's about to roll in. You just have to continue on the path that you've already carved for yourself. It's like as you've been carving this path, it's also been like creating these ripple effects that have carved the path later on down the line. And I feel like it's been this very like you've been busting through the earth, getting to the water so you can like continue to row your boat. It's almost like your boat has been carving the path through the earth, revealing the water underneath. But it's like as you've been doing it, at the same time, it's like been mirrored and reflected. And then you can see, oops, you can tell I'm getting in the Pisces energy because I'm picking up all the cards apparently. But in the mirror with the Keeper, and the Keeper is the awakened fool, speaking of awakening, right? But it's like it's been mirrored, but it's been mirrored so far out that you didn't see that while you were carving the path down here, it's also been carving the path down here. And so you've been carving, winding, carving, and then boom, you're going to get to the space where it meets because you're coming up on the surface of that mirror. And when you come upon the surface of that mirror, you're finding you're sort of like, again, this is the Sage of Essences, right? You're coming to your essence, right? Not necessarily, the essence is different than the soul, but you're coming to your essence. And it's like you're going to be drinking in your essence. You're going to be inhaling it, embodying it. And as you embody that essence, when you go from the Seven of Pentacles, like I showed, to the Eight of Pentacles with this Keeper awakening, that's when the runes light up on your face. That's when like you're connected, you're activated, and you're like awakened, right? When those points meet, then you don't have to carve as much anymore. Because as you've been carving down here, you've also been carving down here. And now we're coming to the space where they meet. That's the mirror. That's the reflection. That's the internal work that you do that then gets your external world to reflect that internal change. So like, don't be afraid to put the sail up and to just go. Also, like, keep yourself grounded, keep yourself at peace. Don't get carried away or swept away. Like, because when things begin to pick up, I feel like it may be easy. And that's kind of sort of like this keeper versus this initiate type of sort of feeling. Like if you get a little too careless, a little too reckless, you may get swept up in the speed of things and like fall off the boat. And then if you fall off the boat, it's like your boat is going to take off without you because you fell off of it and you already have the sail up. So your boat is going to take off without you. You're not going to be able to catch that boat. You're going to have to, I guess, wait for another boat to come and pick you up out of the water, or you're gonna, I guess you could swim to the shore. If you can swim through the water, I guess you could swim through the shore and walk back up, and maybe you'll find somebody else with the boat, or maybe you'll be able to, once you get out of the water, call the rental place and be like, hey, like I'm down here, I wasn't able to make it all the way down the river before I lost the tube or the boat or the whatever, and so like I'm gonna need a new one. Maybe you're gonna have to call an Uber to come and pick you up so you don't have to walk. I don't know. It's like, unfurl the sail, because maybe for the first time ever, it's fine. Because again, it's not typically depicted as a sailboat in the Six of Swords. I've usually seen it depicted as a rowboat. And so, like, for the first time, the wind is at your back, you're aligned, unfurl the sail, allow it to take you, stay centered, stay grounded, stay focused on what it is and the direction that you're going. And again, I feel like it's going to be somewhat related to the path that you're carving, but it's going to be on a higher level. It's going to be elevated. It's going to be closer to where you're actually going. And don't fall off, because if you fall off, the boat is going to take off without you. And then the challenge coming ahead is this initiate. And I feel like the challenge with this initiate is it's going to be these leaps that you're going to be asked to take. But these leaps that you're taking, it's on the same path. It's going to require bravery. And I feel like that's one of the reasons, maybe, if you've been in this space where as you're sort of coming into this alignment with yourself, your trust and your connection is also being honed and refined and revamped and upgraded, right? First, I was doing this. That's the internal work. And then I switched to this because that's like you beginning to really get that ball rolling because you've reeled in enough of that and like honed it, reworked it, got that internal momentum that now you can really take off. Um, but this like, and these could be roadblocks. I think that may be one way to fall off the boat is if you're on your boat, you're getting everything, like you're manifesting like this, and this. Like if you're not taking these leaps when these leaps come, and I feel like there's going to be a subtle difference because I feel like, and I don't know if I'm just trying to like save myself because of the jobs that I'm not taking, but also I'm reaching the space where I'm able to realize that what I was manifesting before was coming from a space of comfortability, was coming from a space of what logically makes sense next. And it wasn't coming from a space of what I truly desire or what I truly feel that my path is moving forward, right? And that's part of the discernment, the inherent trust and discernment that you're, because like with this keeper and with the necromancer, I mean, this is just Pisces energy, but you have the initiate and the keeper here with the Six of Swords and this gardener. Like that's why I was like, when I saw the initiate come out to the east with the seeker to the north, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm excited. With the Six of Swords to the west, I was like, ooh, I was like, please don't be nothing crazy in the south. Please let us be on solid ground. And I think we are on solid ground because like these are the seeds that we've planted with the Seven of Orbs. It's all about letting them grow now, right? But I feel like once you reach a certain level of connection, then the connection becomes a conversation. And with a conversation, you can transmit and receive. And when you transmit and receive, and the double crown did come out, right? So I feel like we're transmitting or we're transcending the receptive part or receptive functionality of that crown and going to that transmitting part. So like we still have the receptivity, but we're ascending, it's getting stronger and we can now transmit. And that's open for everybody. That was the energy that I pulled for everybody. I didn't roll the dice for each energy, right? But there's a spectrum of how far along we are on that path. And it is the Sage of Essences. Essences is the suit related to water. Pisces being the 12th house energy is kind of sort of naturally that sage energy, even though Scorpio would more astrologically, I guess, fit that sign. And Pluto is retrograde right now. So I feel like, kind of sort of does something. But anyway, let me not like go on too long. But I feel like these leaps that you're going to be coming up on, like with the momentum, if you unfurl your sail with the momentum that your boat has, when it comes to these, it's going to be able to just like naturally, just like, it's almost like the boat is naturally going to cross these leaps. It's just going to be up for you to stay in your connection, stay in conversation, stay in trust, and also know that like I've been talking about since like February. Like we've been given the keys from Spirit, and that's on my Legacy channel. Check out Rio Koruk, RIOKORUK. If you somehow found this before you found me there, which I doubt, but since like February, I'm like, Spirit is giving us the keys, and it's up to us to drive now. Pisces has been learning to drive, right? And the see when like a teenager, like when you get your license, you get to go where you want, right? You don't have to necessarily ask someone else to take you. You don't have to like wait until someone else is already going out to stop by the place that you want to stop at. Like you can get the keys, you can get the car, as long as you got gas, you can go, right? And that's this energy that we've been kind of sort of stepping into. And I feel like this initiate is only a challenge if you hesitate where you need to leave. I feel like the room for hesitation is diminishing and it's dwindling. Again, this is timeless, so anybody can reach this spot at any time, and anybody can be anywhere along the journey for this. But that's what I got. I feel like it's so exciting and so beautiful for Pisces. I love it. I love it. All right, I'm gonna put these up. I'm going to move on to the next ones. I really am going to do all these. Oh, it's already 3 hours. Y'all know I don't got no. I don't mind being live this long. I ain't going to be no daily upload today. It'll be just this. Because when I woke up today, I was like, oh, I should do that. Instead of being like, oh, like what oracle card am I going to pull today? You know? So that's kind of sort of how I take the daily bites. It's whatever I feel that day. Oh, I love that for Pisces so much. Oh, I love that for Pisces. That is so exciting for Pisces. But I feel like if you've reached that spot again, you've probably been doing some hardcore work. I feel like, because like I said, like what's done down here is mirrored down here. And so the same chutzpah and gusto that you've done through that you've put in through carving the path through the earth, the hard work, excuse me, and I guess I'm kind of sort of speaking from my own experience, but I feel like this is for anyone who's been in that space, right? Because this is just kind of sort of the energy of the 12th house with the necromancer, with Pisces energy. Pisces is tuned in to the collective subconscious. So anyone has that ability to sort of tap into that if this is the work that you've been doing, right? But it's just like if you're a Pisces, then I feel like, or if you have Pisces strong in your chart, there could have been a possibility to be like extra on it or to be extra on that path, right? Depending on if you've taken it or not, that's like a you thing. But it's like the harder you went carving through the path, doing the hard work, facing your shadow, not blaming other people, really taking it in, working through it. That's like the harder you worked on the front, the easier it's going to be on the back. Because again, the effort was mirrored. And so I feel like there are different aspects of the journey that are harder and that are tougher than others. And there are different points where we kind of sort of like slow down and work through things. But I feel like it's like the work that you've put in, like it's been observed. It hasn't been for nothing. And like six of Pentacles, what you put in is what you get out. So if you put in the hard work, you're getting those rewards. Ace of Cups, first card out in this round. This should be the last one, I believe. I haven't done Leo. I haven't done Scorpio. I haven't done Virgo. Is that it? I don't know. We'll see. Did I miss something? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, Cancer. Cancer is the first card out too. Chariot. Mama, is that you? No. Okay. Next is the Erudite, Virgo. Oh, Cancer and Virgo are coming out right next to each other. Oof. Okay. So it looks like Cancers may be retreating to their shells. I mean, the nodes are going to be shifting out of Cancer and Capricorn. So I don't know if they've had it rough or if they've had it good. Oh, wow. Is anyone going to... The 9 next is the High Priestess, which is water. Oh, it's the moon. Duh. I knew that. The 9 of Cups next is the Tower, which is Mars. The 9 of Cups came out, and I don't know if anyone is going to be in a space to get it. And if no one claims this 9 of Cups, I'm going to be a little sad, honestly. The Messenger just came out. Oh, the first king out is the King of Pentacles. First king, first court card, Archangel of Mysteries, the angel who illuminates the shadow. The first page out is the Stronghold of the Zephyrs, Page of Swords, sitting under the Erudite. So for Virgos, here's the Strength card, the Force, Leo. Boom, 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 boom. Leo, it's looking a little rough. It's not gonna lie. The Reaper, Scorpio. So Scorpio is going to be sitting right under this Nine of Cups, Nine of Chalices. I was going to be so sad. Scorpio is coming right after Leo. I was going to be so sad if nobody claimed that. If nobody claimed that, I was like, oh my gosh. Somebody got to claim that Nine of Cups. We can't let the Nine of Cups go unclaimed. So the first card out in this round is the Ace of Cups. The last card out is the Ten of Orbs, the Dynasty, which is the Ten of Pentacles energy. I have unclaimed spaces for Leo and for Scorpio. And I was going to shuffle these up and fill them, but I think I'm actually not going to fill them. This is just how it came out. So Leos and Scorpios may be feeling a little bit ungrounded right now. And they're both fixed energy, which is interesting. New World Order. I'm going to say that Leos and Scorpios may be going through lots of huge transformations, especially Leo, since the Scorpio card came out right after it. So I'm not necessarily going to read death for the Scorpio, right? Because I'm using that as a significator more so than like the present for that energy. That's why I'm using a northeast southwest instead of a Celtic cross, more Celtic cross style, right? But I feel like this transformation is so huge that they're just like, they may feel like they don't have ground to stand on, but it's almost like potentially how far they've gone into this transformation. It's almost like they're standing on air. Like their foundation has changed and shifted so drastically that if they're doing it, I don't want to say if they're doing it right, but depending on how far they are, I feel like they either feel completely ungrounded, maybe with all of these changes sort of going on, because I feel like fixed energy doesn't necessarily like to be changed. And there's stuff in Taurus and Aquarius right now. The moon is in Leo right now, but nothing is in Scorpio. And the moon is going to be in Virgo soon enough. The moon is only in a sign for like 2 to 3 days. And so as soon as the moon leaves Leo, I feel like either the energy is like feeling like they don't have ground to stand on right now, or they're standing on something like divine, like standing on air, right? I feel like there's major like root transformation potentially. What's also interesting is I'm just now seeing it. The Nine of Swords came out before the Nine of Chalices. So we go from the Nine of Swords haunt to the Nine of Chalices, which granted, the Nine of Swords is sitting to the north of Leo, and the Nine of Chalices is sitting to the north of Scorpio. But I digress. I'm going to get right into this. Got to start with Cancer. So it's going to be Cancer, and then Virgo, and then Leo, and then Scorpio. Is that it? Cancer, Virgo, Leo, and Scorpio? Let me check. Scorpio, Virgo, Leo, and Cancer. Yeah. So Cancer and then Virgo. So water is going to be no. I'll take that back. So air was the first two completed. And then it's going to be fire, and then earth, and then water. Okay. Air, fire, earth, and water. Got it. That kind of makes sense in a way. Sort of, anything can make sense. Okay, so Cancer, I'm going to say Cancer starts at 3/8/20. And then I am going to put the timestamps up after. Of course, I wouldn't be doing it if I weren't, but So, what's at Cancer's back is the Seven of Swords Rogue. To the west of Cancer, to the west of the Chariot, is the Seven of Swords Rogue. To the south is the Three of Orbs, the Mason. To the east is the Erudite, which is the Hermit energy. And to the north is the Ten of Orbs, the Legacy, or the Dynasty, sorry. So we have So this is very like, I guess this is kind of sort of nodal, maybe not. But we have the Three of Pentacles to the south and then the Ten of Pentacles to the north. So I feel like Cancer is standing on this foundation that they've been building, and they're heading towards the dynasty. They're heading towards the Ten of Pentacles. This is like wealth and abundance that can last, that can stretch if handled responsibly, right? Because like you can piddle away any types of, like there are people who win the lottery and then like 10 years later they're like broke and homeless, and sometimes like strung out on drugs, unfortunately, because here comes all this money, but like money doesn't fill voids. And so when you can't fill the void with stuff, you keep getting more stuff to try to fill it. When the stuff doesn't do it, then you turn to substances, and then the substances, once you turn to substances for fulfillment, then it's, I don't want to make any like grand judgments, but it's kind of sort of a losing battle because substances don't fill voids, but they can remove, they can make you numb to the void, right? They don't feel it, but they numb it a little bit more than some stuff does. Vices. All right. I don't know why I'm eating so many nuts. So to the south, the ground that they're standing on is the Mason, which is Capricorn energy. It's a newly constructed foundation that has potential for extending and stretching long into the future. The stars that they're reaching for is this legacy, is this sort of status, this abundance, this impact, this not fulfillment. It's the stuff, right? It's a lot of stuff. And the reason why I'm saying it's a lot of stuff is because the challenge coming is the hermit, and the wind at their back is the rogue. So it's almost this energy of like someone is motivated by loss or lack. This isn't, at first I was like, oh wow, the Three of Pentacles into the Ten of Pentacles. This is gorgeous. But just like I talked about people who win the lottery, right? I feel like Cancer is kind of sort of in the gray area. So kind of sort of like, if Cancer hasn't been doing what Cancer is supposed to have been doing in the past 18 months while the North Node has been in Cancer, I feel like it may run the risk of like manifesting like these successful partnerships. And I feel like Cancer has built a very, like we have double cardinal, right? So that's a good foundation for this abundance that they want. But with the rogue sort of motivating them, or with the rogue being the energy from the past propelling them towards the future, and with the hermit being the challenge coming on, this is just very, very lonely energy. I feel like they're motivated by loss, motivated by lack, motivated by like, it's like not motivated by the right things. It's almost this energy of like, I'm gonna show this person, I'm gonna show that person, this person stood against me, that person stood against me. And then in the future, they come into this erudite energy, which is the hermit, which is solitary, which is lonely, which is like this single light in the dark, where the only light in the dark is you. Like all you have is yourself in this mansion with all of this stuff. And that's the like, I don't think this Cancer is necessary, or this Cancer energy is necessarily going to turn to substances into vices, but this is the energy that leads people to turn to substances, to vices, to put away the money, and then to be like homeless and strung out on drugs like 5 to 10 years later, or sooner, depending on, you know, the vastness of this void. But yeah, there's like no water here. This is all earth and air. Cancer is cardinal water. So like at least if there was a little bit of fire, it would be like comfortable, but yeah. This is kind of, I don't want to say it's sad, but it just feels like very lonely and very very solitary, very isolated. Um so I feel like my advice would be to realize that self-worth or success, material success, and material abundance, material wealth as a metric of self-worth and as a metric of value, especially to compensate for the lack of connection or for the lack of community, isn't great when we talk about social creatures like humans, right? Because we're social creatures. And so stuff is not always a replacement for substance. And how interesting is it that like we call that substance abuse, right? The substance being the meat, the substance being the things that actually fill those voids, right? Because without the substance, there is a void, right? And without the stuff, you can still have a substance. Like you can have substance without the stuff. And that's kind of sort of what manifestation is. It's tapping into the substance of something and then creating a bridge to that substance, to creating an energetic tie to the substance that then brings the stuff. A stuff to substance approach doesn't work. And that's why people turn to other substances. So, yeah, my advice is like, don't grow cold. Don't use, it's like, don't try to use abundance and anything physical as a metric of self worth or success. Know that being motivated by haters or being motivated by things that just like fell apart or things that fell out, it's not going to bring you the fulfillment that you want. It may bring you stuff. And so at least like they say that money doesn't buy happiness. And then people who have less money say that, I would be a lot more happy if I had money. But an abundance and an excess of money comes with its own problems. So it's like you're trading one suite of problems for another suite of problems. And if you never address the sort of root issues, then honestly, they're just going to be exacerbated because your solution to your problem is to get the stuff. And when you find that the stuff doesn't give you a solution, then in some ways you're kind of sort of, at least mentally or emotionally, worse off than you were before. Because you acquire or achieve a solution that you then find out isn't actually a solution. Okay, that's where I'm going to leave that. Next is Virgo, and I'm going to say Virgo starts at 3/17/20. Oh my gosh, hold on, wait. I need to read this. I just got a notification 4 minutes ago. Oh no, it says dot dot dot. Darn it, I don't want to watch the video, but I'm gonna have to click on it. This says Capricorn. Capricorn. Okay, no amount of interference can separate you, fated lovers. All right, so never mind. I guess the only part of the synchronicity I was supposed to see is like no amount of stuff, no amount of success, no amount of abundance is going to substitute for actual connection. And like I said, that's not an accurate metric for self-worth. And honestly, outside of the material level, success isn't really a metric for success, right? Because it's like if you have to step on everybody, if you have to use people, if you have to cast people aside to achieve, or like not only cast people aside, but like I said, step on people and use people. Like if you have to do that to achieve success, then how successful are you really? Like, that's like saying like Robin Hood was the richest man in whatever. What did they? I don't even remember. I'm not even going to try to remember because he stole from everybody else. And it's like, well, I guess if you're counting dollars, then it's you can become the richest by stealing the most, but it's like you're the richest by technicality, right? Not because you earned it, but because you stole it. And I'm not even going to get into the whole millionaires and billionaires and all of the moral and ethical stuff that people project onto that, because that ain't what I'm here for. That ain't what this video is for. But let me go back to my notes app. So I'm going to say Virgo starts at 3/19/42. So Virgo, the wind at your back is the Chariot. Oof. I'm going to pull a card for this Stronghold of the Zephyrs, and it's the Two of Swords in reverse. Oh, wow. Oh, no. So, okay. So Leo and Scorpio don't have a ground that they're standing on, and Virgo doesn't have a star in the sky that it's reaching for. Like, there's no sky above the Virgo. 333. Look at that. 333. There's no sky above Virgo. There's no ground below Leo and Scorpio. To the west of the erudite is the Chariot. To the east is the Archangel of Mysteries, angel who illuminates the shadow. And to the south is the Stronghold of the Zephyrs, Page of Swords, with the message that is the Two of Swords in reverse. So this is like, I'm immediately getting like analysis paralysis vibes for Virgo. And I think it's analysis paralysis because the wind behind Virgo's sails, or the wind at Virgo's back, is the Chariot, is forward movement, is cardinal energy, right? And the challenge coming up is this Archangel of Mysteries, which is Taurian energy. So it trines, because it's the same element. And I guess Cancer had the sextile, right? Well, it's an opposition in the ground, or on the ground level, it's an opposition. But the challenge coming is a sextile, and the sky was a sextile for Cancer. So, because that's Virgo and no, it's Virgo. They're both Virgo. Okay, for Cancer, and so sextile and a trine. This is very fortuitous, I believe. Is like fortunate, right? Fortuitous? Hey Siri, define fortuitous.
Fortuitous means happening by accident or chance rather than design.
The second one is happening by a lucky chance and fortunate. That's the one I was going for. I don't know if y'all see that. Happening by lucky chance and fortunate rather than like by accident. Yeah, but I feel like this is a very, very fortuitous energy. But this is it's interesting that Virgo opposes Pisces, because I was like, this is giving me Pisces vibes. But whereas the Pisces did the work in establishing the trust and the connection, I feel like Virgo is kind of sort of following a similar trajectory, but Virgos are a lot more overlytical than Pisces are. Like Pisces, we can be like overthinking and like so deep in our own like heart and emotions and head and everything else that we just can't get the fish on the same page to move forward. But I feel like we found a way, because like just like the Chariot energy, right? Typically it's two horses going in different directions. We found a way to align the two fish to move us forward, like, Aquaman doing whatever, right? It's like we got a dolphin and we got a shark. And stereotypically, dolphins and sharks aren't shown to like get along very well. So it's like we have to make sure the dolphin and the shark get along so we can move forward, right? And I feel like Pisces has been in a space of doing that, but Virgo isn't necessarily. And I feel like the detriment to Virgo is this Two of Swords in reverse, coming off of the Page of Swords, way too overthinking, way too far in their own head. Like Pisces can kind of sort of go with the flow sometimes. And I feel like Virgo kind of sort of needs to know what's happening. And that's where that indecision is because like Virgo has the Chariot at their back, but they have all of this uncertainty in the future, right? The wind pushing them forward is the chariot is all this cardinal energy, is propelling them into this unknown space in which they are being granted and gifted the ability to create. But again, mutable signs aren't necessarily cardinal signs. Like we can turn the page and we can start, but when it comes to like actually creating that framework and that foundation, that's like a cardinal thing. And we're more so like closers, right? We can close the store and then we can open the store / like stock the shelves. But when it comes time to like actually like working those early hours, I feel like mutable is like third shift, like we can do all of that like downtime stuff, but when you need the openers to like actually come and do all of the like beginning things besides just like counting the drawers, restocking shelves, like you need a cardinal to do that. And you got all this cardinal energy at your back, but you're heading into this Archangel of Mysteries. And the Archangel of Mysteries is asking you to trust in the unknown and to believe that you're going to be guided in a way that you need to go. And I feel like Virgo, that hermit energy just isn't necessarily in a space to trust that easily. Like Hermit's like, I need to take this back to the cave. I need to take this to my tower, lock myself in, analyze it, reanalyze it, reanalyze it, reanalyze it, re-edit my notes that I've taken, spend about 15 more years really crafting a decent like theory, thesis, hypothesis test, and then in 20 years I'll be ready to present my findings. Like you don't have time for all of that. Like, and that's where I feel like Pisces sort of has the advantage here. Because again, like I said, it's like when you unfurl that sail, the boat is going to have enough momentum to naturally cross these leaps. As long as you stay aligned, centered, and on the path of the healing that you've been doing, and as long as you trust in all of that, the boat is naturally going to take all of these leaps. But I feel like Virgo is on that same boat, but it's like when they see this sort of like leap coming, it's like they're hurrying up. There's like panicking to refurl the sails and like to like bust out the paddles and paddle super hardcore and try to like prevent themselves from taking that leap. And I feel like that's where Virgo is going to mess up with this Two of Swords in reverse. That could be stuck in a pattern of indecision. Now, where this would align with sort of that Pisces is if Virgo comes out of this indecision, comes out of this need to like know and overanalyze everything, right? Because in reverse, this could be in the decision, or upright that's in decision. In reverse, this could be like extremely indecisive and impasse, or it could be in a space of deciding. So, right, and then it is the Page of Swords, one sword, messenger, brand new. If Virgo is in a space of being led and is in a space of trusting, then they're going to be guided, protected, blessed beyond their wildest dreams as they navigate and enter this unknown space. But if they're stuck in that space of indecision, they're going to be sort of psyching themselves out of getting everything that it is that they've been wanting. Because I feel like every time I see this Archangel of Mysteries, I see this orb and the lantern. Like, oh, look, oh my gosh. The Hermit has a lantern. And then the Archangel of Mysteries has a lantern. I don't know where the Hermit's lantern is. Oh yeah, it has this star. Luxus non Uro. Lucio non Uro. Right, it has a whole star in that lantern right there, but here we see another lantern here. I always see that like that orb as like something like sacred, valued, and protected. Like that's the 10th orb that gets you from the 9 of orbs eminence to the 10 of orbs dynasty. And we just saw the dynasty under Cancer. But it's like you're gonna have to it's like you're in this hermit energy, but you're gonna have to move. You're going to have to trust a little light, trust what you can see from your own light, and keep moving. Because like if the hermit can run, then that's when the hermit becomes just like unstoppable, right? Just like how Pisces, like through Neptune, gets that hanged man, Virgo gets the hermit, right? But I feel like Pisces energy is just more naturally able to go with the flow. And so we flow in that difference and we're able to sort of be led through where we need to go. But Virgo energy sometimes is a lot more slower because they're like thinking every single step, but just trust the path illuminated right in front of you by your lantern, by your light in the dark. And as long as you can trust that, you can keep moving because you're holding the lantern as you're moving. And so I think the limiter on Virgo is how fast they can move. Because if you can run, you're going to see the path in front of you at the exact same, it's going to unfurl at the same momentum and at the same speed that you're moving. So if you're moving slow, it's going to happen slow. If you're going fast, it's going to happen faster. And that's sort of where that Virgo Pisces axis is meeting, right? And that, I mean, there's no sky. So the sky's the limit. The sky isn't the limit. There is no limit to how far you can go, Virgo. Like your trust, your imagination, what you're willing to sort of like believe in and hope in and act towards and move forward with is the limit to how far you can go. There's no limit. You are your only limitation. And it's perfect that this came out like the hermit has no sky because that's the truth, right? The hermit goes inside, it goes underground, digs down to the roots of a thing to then see in that mirror. And here's the mirror again for Pisces and Virgo. In that mirror, it's like the depth that you go is going to be how far you go. And the more you can trust it and the quicker you can move in that is the quicker you move. At the same time, the momentum and the speed is being matched on both ends. Right? I just feel like Virgo is a little bit at a disadvantage because of that sort of overanalyzing tendency and that overthinking. And Pisces, like we've come through the Mercury retrograde in Pisces, we've come through all of this stuff in Pisces. We had the sextile. Well, Virgo had the trines, right? But Pisces had the sextile between everything happening in Capricorn, and then when Uranus slid into Taurus, and Uranus has been in Taurus for a hot second, but we had the Capricorn Taurus sextile, where it created these opportunities for us to pursue, and through an opportunity comes growth because you still got to work for it, right? But with a trine is so easy. It's like you don't know what you have until you lose it. And so maybe it took for Virgo to lose it to realize what they had. And then that's not the same as someone who took the opportunity and worked for it. So again, it puts them in a similar space, but on a kind of sort of similar trajectory, but depending on kind of sort of where you go is where you'll be stuck or not stuck. All right, so next is Leo, I believe. Leo and then Scorpio, right? And that's all I have. Oh, this only took me 3.5 hours, which is a lot. Oh, it's 3:45, 3:45. Scorpio and Leo. Yep, the last two. So Leo was first. I'm going to say Leo is 3:32. I'm going to say 3:32:32. And I'm going to do it. 3:32:32. Leo, let's go. So for you, Leo, to your... Oh, I thought I was going to have to pull another message. To the west is the grotesque 5 of challenges. To the east is the Reaper, death energy. And to the north is the Haunt, the 9 of Swords. So you have the 5 of Cups, death, and the 9 of Swords. I feel like Leo was also kind of sort of... I feel like Leo was also kind of sort of stuck in this space. And like the Ace of Cups is the first card that came out for these. And it's interesting that the Ace of Cups is the first one out, but these kind of look a little rough, honestly. But it's like the wind pushing you forward is you paying homage and honoring what it is that got you to this point, but that no longer serves. And there's almost this energy of like grief. Like you've been grieving what you used as a source of strength to do all it is that you've had to do to reach this point. But now it's time for you to walk away from it, because it's like you've come as far as you can with that. And it was like that baggage was good for training purposes, right? But now that we're actually running the race, it's time to take off the weight, to drop the weight, and to run even faster because you've trained with it on, right? Like you're not going to win the race if you continue to carry this weight. It served its purpose, and I don't want to be insensitive because I feel like Leo was grieving something, like probably really grieving it, because in the north is the 9 of swords, the hunt, which is like, I mean, look at it. This is the Queen of Swords when she's like, because I feel like the Queen of Swords is like that, like snippy, snappy, gonna tell you like it is. But I feel like some of that comes out of this kind of sort of pain. And that's more of the like the shadow side of the Queen of Swords, right? And somebody said, who was I watching yesterday? Was it, I think, Mystic Witch Tarot? Like, I just found her and I love her because, oof, I love her so much. And I believe it was her. She said the queens are the element of the shadow, and the kings is more of the light, because the king has to go out and express, right? And the queen, as the more receptive energy, just naturally is where the shadow lies. And like you see it with the Queen of Wands, or I've seen it with the Queen of Wands, where it's like she's the queen who's owned her shadow and you ain't gonna tell her otherwise. And that's why she's so like appealing and like hot and like desirable, because like ain't nothing sexier than confidence, and she's conquered her shadow. So she's got confidence oozing out the wazoo, the wahoo, the ears, the eyes, the nose holes, like the booty hole. I'm sorry. She's got confidence oozing out of every orifice. Every orifice. And you're not going to tell her, convince her otherwise. And that's coming after that 9 of Wands, like defending yourself, right? But I feel like coming off of this 9 of Swords with this shadow, it's like the worst things that you can tell to yourself. And like you can cut other people with your tongue, but you're not cutting them nearly as deeply as you cut yourself. So maybe like Leo's kind of sort of been in this energy of a facade a little bit, but that's not how I was originally feeling it, but maybe a little bit. Um, but yeah, at your back is like honoring this phase of your life that has served to get you here and preparing yourself to move forward. To the north, I feel like we're stuck in between this like sun, or this like this moon and this sun, this stars energy. This is the stars that you're reaching for. But it's like you really have to look to try to find the stars in the sky, right? The moon is new, ain't no moon, and there's stars out, but it's like someone's like, ooh, there's a star, and you're like, where? And they're like, right there. And you're like, where? I can't see it. And they're like, right there. Like, I wish the moon was here so I could at least give you some kind of direction from something that I know you can see, but it's just like, it's there. And I feel like you're sort of like, there's this internal struggle, maybe between like, I feel like Leo can't decide if they're like hopeful or if they're afraid. It's like the lion from the Wizard of Oz, honestly. This is giving me the lion from the Wizard of Oz, or the Wiz, who's asking for courage and who's asking for strength, not knowing that they've been exhibiting that courage and strength this whole time. And that, I think that's what this oncoming transformation is all about, with the Reaper sort of coming as the change on the horizon. It's getting you to see these things about yourself, getting you to see yourself as worthy. And it's also getting you to see the role and the position that all of these things in the past kind of sort of played for you, right? It's getting you to see that there are some milestones that were markers and not destinations. And getting you to see that you're worthy of claiming all that it is that you're sort of coming into. Because this 9 of Swords, like worry and anxiety versus hope, It's like it's not like there's a star energy backing this, but you have to see it. It's almost like you have to be a star. You have to be a star to see the stars. And now I'm seeing it as it's like the Big Dipper, like the North Star is in the Big Dipper, right? Or where's the North Star? I think it's in the Big Dipper, Ursa Major, the one that always points north, right? But it's like you have to come in and be this North Star before all of the other stars in the constellation light up. Like that's how I'm seeing it. Like you have to be a star to see the stars. And so you have to realize that you are worthy and that you are strong enough to claim this, because it's like that's what you've been this whole time. You just like you need some man pretending to be somebody else behind a curtain to tell you that you've been pretending to be someone hiding behind a man. It's like the wizard was actually a man hiding behind the curtain. And you need to go to the wizard who's actually a man to tell you that you're actually a wizard, right? It's like it's reversed. Like you're this wizard hiding behind a curtain pretending to be a man. And so like what you've been seeking validation for is like you're seeking like you already have it. And the things that you were looking for it from, like you had more, like you are more. Maybe that's it. Like you are more than the bad stuff that happened to you. You are more than the people who didn't appreciate you. Like you're more than all of that. And maybe it's a little bit frightening or off-putting to accept, but I mean, you got to be a star to see the stars. And the sun is a star. So you got to be a star to see the stars. And once you become that star, you may actually shine a little brighter than the stars that you were looking at. I mean, because I guess distance is also a thing, right? So if we were closer to the stars, maybe they would also be suns. But we're not there. We're here. And you're not them. You're you. You don't have to do anything a way that somebody else does it. Like you're a Leo. Like, why would a Leo want to play second fiddle to anybody else? But it's also to recognize that at the same time, you don't necessarily have to compete with everybody, right? Because all stars are sun. Well, not all stars. Some of those stars up there are suns, and they have their own like solar systems, and they're in their own galaxies, and it's not for one to necessarily to compete with the other, but it's for y'all to recognize that we are all suns of our own solar systems, and we ain't got to try to eclipse each other, because then that's coming to the energy that Cancer is kind of sort of in, where they're trying to eclipse other people or something. I don't know. I mean, Cancer is ruled by the moon, talking about the eclipse. when the moon tries to be the sun, it blocks out the sun, and then it's dark in the daytime. And it's like, Cancer, like, what are you doing? Like, you be you, because you trying to be somebody else ain't gonna get you what you want. And you going after what you don't want, or you attaching whatever to that isn't gonna get it. I don't know why I'm going back to Cancer. I'm sorry, Leo. Ooh, like Leo was like, wow, I'm the whole sun, and you really gonna like divert energy from my time to give to something that just reflects my light. You got the whole sun right here. What you looking for a moon for to give you a piece and a fraction of what I've been giving you? Like that's like flip that for Leo. Like you've been this whole sun looking for moons to reflect pieces and fractions of all that you are. Like, girl, like step from behind the curtain and realize that you are the real Wizard of Oz, and someone else has been playing at your role when this whole time you've just been, I mean, I don't want to say that you've been doing this or you've been doing that, because it's all your journey and it's all been necessary, but just realize that like this Nine of Swords is unnecessary. I feel like it's a little bit insensitive to say it's unnecessary, because it's a very experienced and real thing. But the longer you allow this shadow to be there, the longer your light will be eclipsed. So, and the longer the eclipse, the darker it seems when it's actually the daytime. And it's like if it's eclipsed for too long, like the sun or like the trees and the grass and the other plants, like they're relying on your light. Like if it's eclipsed all day, then it's like that's like 24 hours of darkness because you didn't want to step from outside of the moon. Right? You have the ability to like step from behind the curtain to push this moon, be like, okay, moon, like I'm gonna give you your second, your minute, your like whatever, right? Because an eclipse, I don't know how long totality lasts, but it's like, okay, now it's time for you to go. And if the moon ain't moving, it's time for you to step from outside of its shadow. Yeah, because technically the moon would be in front, and so the sun would be in its shadow. Yeah. Okay. Last but not least, Scorpio. Definitely not least Scorpio. I have Scorpio on my descendant, so Scorpios, I love y'all. If you got Scorpio heavy in your chart, hit me up. I will put my email in the description box down below. Let me stop. Let me stop. I'm going to say 34320 is Scorpio. One of my ex roommates was a Scorpio, but he got a Cancer rising. So I was like, oh my gosh. Okay. Ooh, wow. Scorpio. This is like high key kind of lit. So Scorpio was getting sextiled by Capricorn and opposed by Taurus. So what's opposing Scorpio right now is Uranus. And the harshness of Capricorn, where like Pluto and Capricorn could have created sort of this opportunity for you to just be like extra deep and extra down on yourself and extra like harsh. Because, you know, like when Scorpios like get down on themselves, they really get like they dig down to the depths on themselves. And I feel like with Pluto being in Capricorn, there's at least kind of sort of energetically, it felt like this. It's like Scorpio went down to the little underwater cave to do all of their like deep Scorpio things, and it's like while they were down there, like a rock came and blocked them. So it's like Scorpios were like stuck deep down there. Because like my Scorpio ex roommate, he kind of sort of been good, like low-key. Maybe not. Maybe in some areas emotionally. Well, emotionally. Okay, yeah. I take that back. I feel like Scorpios are also good at masking and concealing. Scorpios, okay, yeah. They're good at masking and concealing their true feelings. Like, you can look at a Scorpio and they may be fine, but like mentally and emotionally, like they're diving deep. But like as a Pisces, when we dive deep, like we get super moody. Like Scorpios are also like water signs. We can be anybody can be moody, but it's like I feel like Pisces play such extremes that you can kind of tell. And with Scorpio being the eighth house and with being things that are like hidden, I think Scorpios also try to hide it themselves. And so, I mean, because it's the feminine side of Mars, right? And so Mars doesn't like the way that Mars expresses emotion and like upset and frustration is to like lash out and to like do something. And so when Mars is like feeling down, I feel like you don't too much see it. Like Mars is going to make sure that you don't see it in a moment of weakness, and that's why Scorpio hides everything. Because Mars isn't going to show you it's like stereotypical, traditional, maybe more toxic masculine Mars isn't going to show you its feminine side. Like you're never going to see that. And that's why Scorpio is just this naturally subdued type of energy. But I almost feel like with Pluto, oh, oh wow. Sorry, Docs. Sorry. I feel like with Pluto there, um, it almost feels like this like a rock came into the cave and Scorpio was like stuck in the depths. But now they're about to come out because Pluto went retrograde, right? And Pluto is Scorpio's like ruling planet. And let me see if Pluto is in fall in Capricorn. Because I don't think Pluto likes being in Capricorn, but it might not mind. Let me see real quick. Pluto in Capricorn. Yeah, it's not at fall. Is any planet at fall right now? Neptune is still dignified. Saturn is dignified. Jupiter is at fall in Capricorn. And it's about to retrograde, I think, sometime here soon. Let me see. Or maybe not. No, it's not. Mm-mm. Jupiter isn't retrograding. Okay. So it'll be out of Capricorn. Wait, when is it gonna be? Why don't you show me when it's gonna be out of Capricorn? Hello? Maybe it will be, I don't know. Yeah. Jupiter is the only planet at fall right now. And then we have Neptune and Saturn are dignified. But well, I guess if I think about it, Pluto wouldn't necessarily hate being in any Earth sign because as ruler of the underworld, I feel like Pluto also has that tie to the Earth, right? Pluto is the god of riches because of all of the precious minerals that the Earth sort of holds, right? Diamonds, oil, even though it's not a mineral, gold, like all of the things that we mine from the Earth and then give these exorbitant like values. That's in the domain of Pluto. Where am I trying to go with this? Why am I trying to inject astrology on this? I don't know. I feel like with Pluto sort of being in retrograde, Scorpio may have it a little bit easier for some reason, even though that may be backwards. If you're a real astrologer, you may say that's backwards. Because why would it be easier if your ruling planet goes retrograde? But if your ruling planet is Pluto, or if your ruling planet is Saturn, like, I feel like you may be outside of your comfort zone a little bit, but maybe not. Like maybe like you won't have to dive as deep. Anyway, let me just get into this. So the wind at your back is strength, is courage. I feel like that strength has probably come with a certain amount of work and with a certain amount of healing that you've done. Right. Because I mean, Pluto has just been like lighting up like everything. Pluto, Jupiter, Pluto, Mars, Pluto. Like when Mercury was back in Capricorn, it was like Pluto, Saturn, and Mercury at one point, wasn't it? All like within 5 degrees of each other. Or was that like, yeah, I think it was Pluto, Saturn, and Mercury. Or maybe it was Pluto, Jupiter, and Mercury. No, because Mercury's all the way in like Taurus now, so it's probably Saturn. But Pluto's been getting a lot of action in Capricorn. And Pluto does rule transformation and sex and those organs. So I don't think that Pluto was hurting for the action that it was getting. But it's also like, it's it's like Pluto has been like, Pluto is like, even I need to take a break at some point to recover my energies. And so it's like, that's why Pluto is retrograde right now. And like, what? Saturn is about to go back retrograde. So I think Saturn is going to have another conjunction with Pluto. And that's why Pluto was like, whew, like after the first time and all them other planets. And now after Jupiter, like I got to take a break before I'm ready to like get back to work. And so Pluto is retrograde right now, taking a little break, taking a little step back. So Scorpio, you may be feeling a little bit extra. I feel like with this retrograde, with Pluto retrograde and even Venus is going to retrograde in Gemini, nothing is in Scorpio right now. Uranus, Mercury, and the Sun are all in Taurus right now. So all of that is opposing Scorpio, which Pluto naturally rules. But Pluto is in Capricorn right now, so it sort of trines all of that. So I feel like while Pluto is retrograding in Capricorn, it doesn't even too much mind all of the stuff going down in Taurus, because it's like at rest, and so it doesn't have to actively fight it. And Scorpio is empty right now, so Scorpio is just kind of sort of like receiving sort of the shadow of all of that without it having to oppose anything or fight back really. Um, but you have strength, the force to the west. Use the force, Scorpio. You have the force to the west, the nine of chalices, wish granted, to the north, and the high priestess, the priestess, to the east. To the south is nothing. So for Scorpio, this could potentially be that you're on the ground. Like you're, like I said, like you were kind of sort of locked up. So maybe flip that potentially. Maybe when Pluto went retrograde, like you locked yourself inside that deep dark cave all the way on the bottom. And like when Pluto went retrograde, it pushed the rock in front of it. And maybe before it went retrograde, like it was unblocked and you can sort of come and go as you please. But I feel like you're in this opportunity, like you have the nine of cups, like you're reaching for, and maybe also simultaneously scared of, hopes and fears, right? Sort of. You're reaching for like the star, like the wish granted, the energy of the star. Like I don't have Aquarius. Let me see what's on the sides of Aquarius. Because you don't have anything beneath your feet, but you are reaching for everything that it is that you want. Okay. Oh, wow. So I'm not going to pull any extra cards, but behind the star is the stronghold of the Grail, Page of Cups. And in front of the star is the stronghold of the Veil, the Grail and the Veil, Page of Pentacles. Like you have this wish granted. I feel like you have love and abundance, sort of like, are the beginnings, at least, the beginnings of love and abundance. A messenger from the realm of spirit and the messenger from the realm of earth. This is like manifestation, just like you, if you've been like whatever you've been manifesting with the wish granted, it's you have the ability to claim it. Two messengers, like whew, like the veil and the grail, like I mean, what more could you want? Like Scorpio. Okay, yeah, Scorpio may be diving deep right now. Y'all may be locked up deep right now, or you may be like about to reemerge with Pluto going. I feel like either way, I don't know. Take it how it resonates for you. If you've been feeling extra cooped in, locked in your emotions, like down on yourself, you're coming to this opportunity to reemerge. If you were like a little bit more like, if you're starting to dive deep now, if things are starting to affect you now, then you may be locked in for a minute. Pluto goes direct in October, so and then Saturn is going to come back and hit it. But this time, when they conjunct, both Pluto and Saturn will be retrograde. So I believe next time they conjunct, they'll both be retrograde, and they were both direct the first time. Check out your favorite local internet, whatever astrologer. Again, I just know a little bit, and I try to tap into like the vibe of certain astrological things, and it may not always necessarily be what it actually means. Because a retrograde is a period of reevaluation, right? And so what does it mean for Pluto to reevaluate something? Pluto is the planet of transformation and the planet of change, also related to the occult and the collective subconscious, or the deeper, like the collective shadow, right? Because it's the underworld. And in Greco-Roman mythology, the underworld like is the afterlife, all of the afterlife. So it holds the bad part and the good parts, the Elysium fields, also in the underworld. So Scorpio like can get to the root, like the good and the bad of the situation. Like Pluto rules both. It's like regardless of if you're a good person or a bad person, like your soul still sees Pluto. Like you're still gonna see Pluto. You're still in his like domain and in his realm. And so I feel like that's kind of sort of the capability that Scorpio has right now, especially through this high priestess. It's like either you can see the good in a situation and manifest that, or you can see the bad in a situation and manifest that. But it's kind of like you're reevaluating maybe some of the things that you've cut out of your life. You're reevaluating some recent transformation, and then you're also like looking at the direction that you want to go, right? I feel like I don't need to say anything to Scorpio because the High Priestess came out as your challenge on the future. So just continue to listen to your intuition. And when it comes, like, you have every or so much of what you want, or at least one of these major wishes available to you right now, like with this wish granted, like the stronghold of the veil and the stronghold of the grail sitting on both sides of the star, with you being on the ground right now, you have this ability, like I said with Leo, like to move the moon or to step in front of it so that it doesn't eclipse you anymore. I feel like you have the ability to move this rock that is keeping you stuck in your cave, and you have this ability to like emerge to the surface like never before. Like not only like would you be like in that sort of like, because if we look at the ocean as water, like this would be Cancer at the top, Pisces would be that sort of in between, and then Scorpio would be like the bottom. Scorpio would be the places where the sun don't reach, so the fish evolve without eyes and you get anglerfish. I've been really on anglerfish for a minute now for some reason. But it's like if you remove that boulder in front of your little underground hidden cave, I feel like you have the ability to like come to the surface. Like you're gonna have so much momentum that you're actually gonna breach the water. And like for a second, you'll be like a bird, just like this. Imagine just like seeing this like, well, they flying fish are a thing, but you're not a Pisces. So you may have Pisces in your chart, but this ain't a flying fish. Like imagine seeing like one of those like below like one of those underwater nightmare sort of creatures, because they all look a little scary down there, just like coming out of the water. Like you see this like big old anglerfish or this thing with like huge teeth and no eyes, and like a nightmare from the depths of the ocean just like breach the surface of the water. Like imagine the people on the beach who just see that and they're like that's like what Scorpio has the possibility to do, to just like. But again, and it's kind of sort of also that like Piscean energy where it's like you gotta you gotta trust your intuition. Like you have the strength to do it. Now you've developed the strength to do it. You know it's coming for you. You know that you are like at the brink, at the space of everything you want. It's like you're in your little like underwater cave and it's knocking on your door. You just have to open the door and claim it. And I feel like the heaviness of it is that like you could potentially be in that deep dive. Like that ain't even deep dive. Like you could be at home right now, Scorpio. Honestly, that's your home. You could be at home right now. You can be comfortable in your pajamas, eating your tub of ice cream, because home for Scorpio ain't always like, you know, when a Scorpio dives deep and they go home, it can like it's a lot dark for other people who ain't necessarily got that scorpionic access. So like you're eating your type of ice cream, just like doing all of your pre-transformation ritual before you come back outside with like pink hair and like a whole outfit change, personality change and everything, because you know, transformation again. But you're doing your pre-transformation ritual where you're just locked indoors and you're not talking to anybody, eating your ice cream, watching your shows, doing whatever you do, and someone's knocking on the door and you're like, but I'm so comfortable. And I haven't, I have, like, my hair is like not dyed yet. I haven't dyed my hair yet. I can't let anybody see me before I drastically change my appearance. And they're like knocking on the door. And either you can open the door, you can move the rock, or you can continue to be in your little deep dive mode. It's on you. With the High Priestess, like, you know what's up. But the nine, like, there's a lot of water energy here. All you got to do is have the strength to put the ice cream down, pause the show, get up. You know, if you ain't wearing no clothes, maybe you want to put on some sweatpants and a t-shirt before you go and answer the door. If you don't care, or if it's somebody that you know that you're welcoming back into your life, then maybe you just answer the door in your underwear. If you're wearing underwear, I don't know what you chill like when you in your pre-transformation mode. But I feel like this is going to be a very, very, very welcome change, because looking at this, like, I'll just pick it up. So you have strength at your back, right? Following this light, and this light is coming from this High Priestess. And also this Nine of Cups, right? Because that's sort of the star that you're reaching for. So it's like you're following the light of this star, Scorpio. Just like, oh, just claim it, man. I don't want to say just claim it, but just claim it, Scorpio. What are you waiting for? All right, this has been 4 hours long. I'm going to shut this down here. I hope some of this resonated. If not, then oh well, I guess. I'm going to catch y'all later. Have a good whatever whenever you see this. I'm going to go in and I'm going to put in the timestamps. And I feel like I got other stuff to do with my day today. I don't know. I don't remember what it is now that I've been here this long, but I'm going to go on and do it, whatever it is. This was kind of fun. This was fun. I may do this every month. I don't know. All right, bye.